Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Got some music there. All right, guys. Welcome back. We are live 5x5. Hope everybody's getting the answer that they're looking for. Anyway, so we were supposed to have a bunch of guests tonight, and none of it happened. So it's just going to be me monologuing. Josie, I think, is busy tonight, which is fine. That's totally cool. Plus, I think it's really hard for her to. I think it's really, really hard for her to stream through the stream my broadcast through whatever method that she's using, and that's totally valid. That's cool. Anyway, guys, hopefully you are here and we are coming through loud and clear. And I'm gonna monologue tonight, man. I got a lot of stuff, and we're just gonna dive right into some really good stuff here. I've got a video that I'm going to respond to, maybe a couple of them from the same creator. And I use that term really loosely. I don't actually think this person is a creator. I think that they're just doing stuff and hoping it sticks because they feel like that they probably will get rich. So all right, let's dive into this. Let me. I got to get my screen set back up. I had it all set up, and then I did a bunch of stuff, and now it's not set up anymore. So let's get this rocking. All right, guys. So let's start out with so this past week has been really interesting. I had I was supposed to stream, didn't stream. Then I streamed on a night when I don't normally stream, and I had a bunch of what's the right word here? It's yeah, it's a bunch of drama. Okay, basically, I didn't need it to be drama. I just was kind of low key about it. But at the end of the day, it was in fact drama, um, and it made me think of something very interesting. A couple of things, really. One of them is that I don't know if you guys know this, but one of the problems I have with red pill, blue pill, all of that kind of stuff is this idea that people get to a certain point where they're not redeemable or they are just that way and we can't do anything about it. And um, and that's a pretty negative and toxic outlook on things. And I tend to have a very positive outlook on things. I'm realistic. I'm 100%. If it needs to be negative, if it is a negative, I will say 100% that whatever it is a negative. All right. Like there's a, um, whatever it is. If I don't like it, I don't like it. Okay. That's fine. However, when it's not necessarily a negative, okay, or if it is a negative, but status has changed, right? And let me give you an example, right? So I've got a buddy of mine, and he married this girl. I mean, he dated her for a long time before they married. So I'm sure, I mean, it was, we can get into the dynamics of that. I'll be glad to get into the dynamics of how that all went down. But what actually happened was that um, the he actually met this girl, I think, at like a wet t-shirt contest, or she flashed her boobs at a bar or something. They ended up going out. It's like a spring break thing in college, or I'm actually really not sure what the event was. It's been a long time since I've even thought about it, and it's really not. I don't know if it's that germane to the story. Now, for me, that would have been a girl that I did not date. Okay. Like that's like maybe date a few times, go out, have fun with, maybe have a physical relationship for a period of time. And then just threw my glasses on the ground. That's awesome. Maybe have, just kind of a passing relationship, but definitely not something where it's like real. You know what I'm saying? Like this would not be it would not be something where I would see like a long-term thing. But they've been married for like 20, 21 years, 22 years, something like that. They've been married a crazy long time. As far as I know, they have a great relationship. Um, they're both super happy. They got kids. They got the whole deal. Um, Reasonably successful. Um, and by all metrics, it's a great relationship. And I think that they will probably be together forever. And if you looked at it on the surface, if you use like a red pill metric, she's like the worst bet, right? You met her at a bar, flashing her boobs, okay? Whether they were in a wet t-shirt contest or an actual flash at like Mardi Gras or something, I don't know what it was. I don't care. Um, the both like tremendous red flags to someone like me. Broken home, divorced con artist father who literally stole their inheritance, like all the money they were supposed to get from grandparents or whatever. Her father like used for his own purposes, and by all metrics, um, a good dude, and this guy, he's great family, son of immigrants, came here, didn't even speak the language. His grandmother, I met her before she passed, and she did not speak English at all. And his mom gets by, but not like really, really good English. His dad established a business, they bought property, they did all of the things that immigrant families do to be successful in America, and him and his sister were products of that. They're both great human beings. They're really good people. And if you were to use the red pill metric or the blue pill metric to look at that, that's like a train wreck. Like you would never see that happen, right? Like that girl would be like taboo, throw her away, she's garbage. But the reality is she's not. She's really not. I don't, honestly, I don't know her body count. I don't know anything about anything like that. But at the end of the day, um, if we used a lot of the metrics that we use to judge these people, and we shouldn't judge really, but if we use those metrics as disqualifiers, you wouldn't have, he would never had that relationship. And where I'm going with this is, for me, that there were too many red flags for me. Okay, like I would not have been able to have a relationship with someone like that, especially not a marriage or something like that. It's just a non-starter. Okay, um, but at the same time, she is a good person, and she probably, even if they hadn't met then, she was probably perfectly redeemable later. And I don't know what her, again, I don't know what her body count or history or anything like that is, but and I think that we fall into this trap a lot of times, especially with the attitudes of a lot of the modern girls that I see out there, of they're just so, what's that phrase, up in my bad bitch self, or whatever. Um, that they're really not, kind of not worth even talking to. Um, and I don't know that that's actually true. I mean, it's true for someone like me, right? Like I'm not. Um, I would not be a part of that, right? Like that's not something where um I would go, right? That would not be something um that it wouldn't be something that I would be interested in at all. Like it just wouldn't. Okay. But um in other circumstances, maybe, right? Like I did date a divorced woman for a while. And she had her flaws, and we did not work out. But the reason we worked out had really, well, actually, I guess in reality, it probably had quite a bit to do with her being divorced, and the baggage that she carried with that. And so, I get it. There's a lot of you know we just have to we need to pick our disqualifiers per individual, right? I guess is what I'm saying. Um and the reason that this kind of comes up is, in my mind, is that, you know I kind of I myself, have looked out, when I had employees, and even today when I talk to friends that are younger, or somebody comes by to buy a car part, or talk cars or whatever. When people come by and ask me about that stuff, you know, or we get to talking about it, I I use disqualifiers, and they it's a sliding scale. The same disqualifier may not fit everybody, and I myself have been guilty of, saying, you you can go down in flames being Captain Save-A-Ho. Okay, if you really want to be Captain Save-A-Ho and go in and try and redeem some of these girls, they're so flawed, and they're so um, delusional and toxic. They're not coming back. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you think. I don't care what your mind, your thought process is. It doesn't matter. All you're going to do is spend a lot of time and money and heartache. And the same thing goes for dudes. If a really good girl is trying to save a really toxic dude that just has a bunch of hate in his heart for women, um, and has just does not actually care at all for anything, then you're not going to say you're not going to win. You're not going to win that fight. But it's not to say that sometimes Captain Savaho can't win, right? Like get in there, Captain, and fight the good fight. Do a good job, because at the end of the day, some of these girls are salvageable. Some of them are worth going in after. Run in that burning building, right? Like it's terrible to say it out loud, but it's really, really that significant, right? Like I think that you're, um at the end of the day, it's a case by case thing. Now obviously you can't go and try and save someone that is just so delusional and so toxic that they do not value a relationship on any of the merits of an actual relationship. You just, it's just not going to work. It's going to be all bad and no good, and more than likely, it's going to cost you. It's really going to cost you. But you can get in there. You can do some good work, and I don't think that just immediately writing off um, some of the some of these girls is I don't think it's the right thing to do. Now I will say that and everybody has their own disqualifier, right? Like I personally, of course I'm the wrong person to really be discussing this. I was supposed to have people on tonight to discuss this, and I could throw these questions at them, and they could give me answers. But the reality is that everybody bailed, and so here I am, and I'm trying to give you my perspective. My perspective is very skewed. I've been married for a very long time. My perception is that men today are less willing to put time in, especially when there are disqualifiers like, um, for example, OnlyFans, right? Like if you're out there selling nude pictures of yourself on the internet, it's probably a bad day for you. Um, the Oh, you guys didn't know it started? Ah, I start on time. I'm not Brian. Yeah, I'm not Brian. I start on time, bro. 8:05. We roll. You should know that. Um, all right, so you can't be Captain Save a Ho all the time, but some of the times you probably should. For me, in my perspective, I would be very, very hesitant to date a woman who had nude pictures all over the internet for anyone to see. Other guys, it might not be a deal breaker for them. They might even like it. I don't know. I personally wouldn't. I think that's a bad choice. But I've seen a lot of sorority girls and cheerleaders and basically one semi-pro hookers basically reform and have reasonably good lives. And I think that sometimes Captain Save a Ho comes in and saves the day, sometimes he doesn't. And same thing with dudes. I knew the jocks and the geeks that banged everything in a skirt that would stand still long enough, and they now have reasonable relationships. Now, on the other side of that, I know probably just as many that don't have good relationships, and so you got to use your own disqualifiers. But you shouldn't disqualify someone that you're interested in on one or two basic things. I just and it sounds funny for me to say that because I'm a pretty hardline guy, but um, and I know I said, look, there is a point. Okay, let me say this: there's a point you get to in life where you have fucked up so much, nobody's going to fuck with you. Okay, I mean, not anybody you want to have, and I say that all the time. Nobody worth having is going to have anything to do with you. So, the if you're having a relationship crisis, you know, put some thought into it. So that's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And it's really toxic from for men to just automatically disqualify women that they don't even know anything about. Now, again, and I feel like it has to be said. It has to be said that due to the internet and the fact that everybody is a camera and you can basically be on video 24/7 and not even know it because somebody somewhere is probably catching a video of you doing something. And for whatever reason, most young women these days want to be on camera all the damn time. So in the past, you could have a sorority girl go out and have a hot girl weekend and there be no record of it except in her mind and a couple of her friends know, and that's it, and they never speak about it again, and she goes on and marries a really good dude and she had her fun, and that's the past and it's all gone. But you can't do that anymore because there's going to be a video, there might be a news article, you might have made a YouTube video just like this one. Some guy like me might have been out there and searching around on the internet and dug up the footage and plastered you and made you famous. And so I think that it the idea, and the same thing goes for dudes. A dude could go out there and date around and have all these women, and then end up on the internet famous as some Romeo guy or whatever, and then no girl want to talk, no girl want anything to do with him. So social media has made it so that we really have to reevaluate everything we do in life, even and professionally and relationship wise and everything else. It just really is that way. You can't get around it. I'm going to take a second and read comments. I got to have my glasses to do that. Um, yeah, tactfulness is key. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, cool. Hey, thanks for watching it on YouTube. I really appreciate getting the views, man. I'm glad you guys are thoughtful, man. You guys are tops in my book. All right, so um, and that kind of leads into all of this toxic talk kind of leads into I had an incident this week where I had to kind of mute somebody in a server and I don't normally do that. Normally, I really don't care. I'm pretty bulletproof. It's whatever. But when I go into these chats, into the discords and all of that, I don't like negativity, man. Um, and I don't like I like to be positive. I want to talk about issues in a way that we're actually looking for a solution. Just shit posting at each other and telling each other you're fucked up or you're ugly or you're whatever. I mean, okay, cool. That's fun. That's fun once in a while, but when it devolves into that's all it is, and worse, you're taking opposite positions of what you would normally take, things that you don't actually believe in just to argue. That kind of negativity and toxicity is something I just don't care to be around. I don't want it in my life. And if I hurt anybody's feelings, if anybody's mad at me about it, I'm sorry. I apologize. But I really only had two choices, and that was either limit contact or leave the server where I discuss a lot of things and I get a lot of actually really good input and I enjoy being a part of. Um, and the way that I handle things in life generally is I try not to get into big arguments or big fights or anything like that. I just like most men, we just cut it off, right? Like we're not, most men are not like women who just for whatever reason feel like they have to pick at the wound and fight and scrap and all this stuff. Men are just like, okay, I can't do it. I'm done. I'm gone. I'll see you. And that's it. And I don't really want to I really don't want to dive much into it more than that. I just wanted to kind of say that out loud. Yeah, let's do something constructive. Toxicity ends up nowhere. And, I feel like that. So one of the things is that I just really don't like a bunch of negativity around me in my life, anything like that. If you guys are, you know, if you guys see me doing that, say something like, "Hey, don't be a dick," it's a the the if it's if there's something going on that I'm doing, just say something. I mean, I can take constructive criticism just as much as next, and I can be a dick. I mean, I know for a fact that I can be a complete asshole and not even realize it. Like I just fall into that. So, but in our relationships, day to day, personal lives, people we talk to, internet groups that we're parts of, I feel like that we all should be, especially in groups like this, we should be working to be positive and not negative and not trying to, just call each other asshole all the time, even if you're an asshole. All right. So, all I want to say about that, I'm really glad that we're all kind of on the same page there. Now, sticking kind of in that same vein, the reason that we were going to have a big panel tonight and we don't, for whatever reason, is this young lady brought up that she did not feel comfortable traveling alone because men cannot handle their sexual desires. Like men's sexual desire is so strong that we can't control it and we could just randomly attack women. Now, I know a lot of dudes, and all the dudes that I know that have in any way sexually attacked a woman, it wasn't about sex. It was about something else. They were mad. They were fucking nuts. Whatever. But any dude that has ever attacked a female in any way, it wasn't about banging her. Okay, it wasn't. It was about something else. And the at the end of the day, there's no way that you can um, there's no way that you can make that claim. I I was ready and willing to have a really good discussion with the um, uh, sorry guys, I hate to be interrupted here. Um, and so I'm the so anyway, at the end of the day, um, I don't know. I was prepared to go into this discussion um, with. Hang on, I don't know what's what do we got going on here. I don't know. Hey, so anyway, the at the end of the day, look, essay against women is not about sex. It never has been, never will be. It's almost always about control or anger or mental defects in the dude. It is almost never about just having sex with some random stranger walking down the street. That's generically, that's, I mean, not even generically, like pretty globally, that's the truth. Now, there are obviously in different parts of the world, there are different things that go on. And at the end of the day, um, there's a reality that we have to deal with, and that reality is that um, you know I get that women don't feel safe. I get that 100%. But what I don't get is I don't get how you can blame where you could come out and say that men can't control their sexual desires, but women can. Now, maybe at maybe this particular person can, um, but I don't necessarily think that's the truth. And I really wanted to have that discussion and debate tonight, and we're not going to be able to have that because we don't have any guests. And I'm getting blown up here. I'm gonna just I hate to have dead air, but I'm getting blown up. Apparently, I did something weird and goofy. Let me see what's going on. Uh, uh, I'm gonna try and do something here, but I don't know what's going on here. I do not get this. Let me see. How do I do that? All right, let me. All right, so let's see. How do I get this going? Get my camera going. Trying to get my camera going. My camera going. Camera. Turn on camera. So problem is, this is probably not gonna work because I can't use my camera for two things, and I'm not doing screen chat thing. This is gonna be fucked. Um, yeah, allow this time. Let's see if we're still up here. Yeah, looks like we are. All right, good. Maybe. I don't know. Let me see. Can't tell. You guys hear me? All right, good. All right. Well, I was in the middle of a thing there. About what we were supposed to be talking about, and hopefully, let me check. You guys looking through YouTube? Can you still hear me there? Is it still going? Okay, good. All right. You got all right. So I got like a whole loop thing going on here. We got a bunch of stuff going on. All right. Well, that's cool, man. That's cool. I like it. It's good. All right. So kind of just I don't know how long how deep I'm into this thing. Let's see where we at. Yeah, we're about half an hour into it, so that's good. It's a good time. Um, all right, so I don't know if you guys were following along with my little diatribe there, but Allie's assertion that men can't control themselves sexually around women, I find actually pretty distasteful. And to be honest with you, I think that the and I hate to use the word the science shows, but I really believe that all by any metric, the reality is that for in most cases, um, SA against women is about anger or control or mental defect in the dude um, than anything else. It's not just some dude just all of a sudden looks over there and says, "I got to have that ass," and does something about it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. I mean, let's be honest, right? Like there's, I don't know, and here's where, and this is where I think that the whole argument that men can't control themselves sexually falls apart. There are no incel women except for Jess. Yeah, it's the only one I know of, and she's not even incel. She's volcel, right? Volcel, right? Like, there's no. This is so you can't come at me there, bro. And so at the end of the day, there's a lot of incel men, like a lot. Like I know some, right? Like I actually didn't realize I knew some, but I do actually know some incels, and I've actually talked to them, and there are no incel women. If a woman wants to go do something, she can do it, right? And right, right, and men want it, but they can't get it. With the sheer number of incel men out there, according to all data that we have, now I'm not saying that data is accurate, I'm just saying the data we have, according to that data, if you're going to do it that way, if you're going to look at it like that, if you're going to try and use that as a metric, wouldn't those men be the ones they wouldn't be incels, right? Like they wouldn't, right? So that's the argument falls apart right there. It- right. And over on the in the chat, I've got Jared um, says, I think we're neglecting the fact that SA is rare. You know what? He's right. I mean, actual SA is rare, right? Um, there's some arguments to be made about date SA versus some of the other, like we don't have we have no way of knowing how accurate the numbers are because, and I'm gonna get flamed like fuck for saying this, but women fucking lie, dude. They fucking lie. And so we can only really go by the numbers where violence is involved, right? And even then, you know, I wouldn't want to be the judge and I wouldn't want to be on a jury unless it was absolutely cut and dried because women lie. I've watched them do it. I mean, recently I have watched a grown ass woman lie through her fucking teeth about what a dude did or did not do to her. I'm not going to get into details. Obviously, we're on a fucking stream, but um, women lie. You can't use that metric. You just shouldn't. And so now you could, and I do believe that a young female can successfully make the argument that being around larger, strong men in groups, which does embolden men to make probably more passes and be a little more aggressive than they normally would. I could see that. I could see not wanting to walk alone in an area like that. We can agree with that, right? Everybody? Yeah, right. But that's what we call common sense, right? It's not because the men can't control themselves, it's because you're putting yourself in a situation where you've got a lot of factors that could go sideways, like a lot. And if you're gonna and you just should not do that, right? And this is where this is where the words that all progressives and liberals hate come into play. Common damn sense, use it, right? It's just that simple. Um, grown ass men. E- exactly. Right. Yeah. What's up, Flan? Dude, that's some red hair, bro. That is some hair. I like that. That's a good do. I don't have, I mean, I've got hair, but it's running away. That's all right. It's all right. But I mean, I'm not trying to, and I'm certainly not trying to throw any females under the bus, right? Like I'm certainly not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm not saying that we should um, denigrate them or downgrade them or anything any less of them. But you can't. But that you shouldn't make a statement like I can't walk down a dark street at night, or I can't walk alone through a marketplace and feel safe. I don't walk through most places and feel safe if I'm not armed. And I'm a grown ass man who, has done things. And I don't feel safe. Like it's just it's a weird metric to me. I could be the only one. It's kind of a weird statement. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like and it's meant to be it's meant to be unassailable, right? Like who who would argue realistically with a girl that makes a statement that she can't walk down the street because she feels scared? Why would who would argue? And I'm absolutely certain that when that statement was made, she 100% believed that she wasn't going to get any pushback on it. And when she did, it kind of went against her. Sure, absolutely, Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Right. Yeah, so um the yeah, so it's interesting, right? The anyway, I mean it was a I really wish she had made it on. Um oh, oh right. So the problem is that the YouTube guys can't hear you guys on my chat. Let me hang on. Let me try something here. Let me do this. There we go. Try that.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? And I want to say that they probably
I see it over
can.
here.
All right. So let me see.
Testing.
Let me see.
Is it working?
All right. So there's that, and let me see if I can hide this.
Y'all just fucking with me right now, or
We're here, Josie. We can hear you.
you were fucking with
Yeah.
me? Thank you. Again, like I needed that right now. It's not that already. All my shit's not working. But thank you.
All right. Can you guys in the stream? Can you guys hear the um, the audio from the Discord? All
Are you
right.
streaming it on StreamYard?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, you need to
I can
share
do
the
I can do
audio
many
of your.
things.
Yeah, you need to share the audio of your live capture, your screen capture.
I don't have any audio on at all except for you.
Huh?
I only have audio of the Discord on. I don't have any other audio on.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
it's not working on your YouTube.
It is working now. I had to share the screen and then drop it down. You are really really low. I Everybody else is coming through really good, but you are. I thought it was just me, but everybody else is saying that you are very very
It's
low.
probably me. Just give me a second.
So let me. How do I get back to that? Learn something new every 20 minutes.
It's the only way to live.
It is.
I'm more into like 15 seconds, but
So the problem is I can't. Uh, hmm. How do I go full screen with this? There we go. Perfect. All right. Let's see what YouTube is saying. All right. So new mic. No, it's not a new mic. It's just a new. I just put this thing on it because somebody said I would. They were getting a lot of bang bang noise from the mic, and I just didn't. So yeah, mic screen. Yeah, I just put it on there. Jess, I didn't. I didn't. I have them. I even have another one that's a little
how's
bit.
that?
That is way better.
That's better. Yeah.
We
Okay,
can
yeah,
hear you
that's
now.
because I was
Good.
All right.
okay. So I tried to figure out why the fuck my headphones weren't working for like 45 minutes. The Bluetooth was off.
That sucks.
The Bluetooth was off.
That'll do it. Yeah.
All right.
The Bluetooth was off.
So
Yes, 'cause it does.
I
Yeah.
don't know if everybody has the link to the YouTube, but I have a video that I want to. I kind of want to react to. Um, I'm going to preface this by saying that the girl in this video, I can't tell whether she's actually just kind of that stupid smart type of girl, or if she is just stupid.
She's just stupid.
Probably
That's where my
so.
money's at.
That's where your money's at. All right. Well, let me.
That's where my money's at.
Let me.
Yeah.
Josie, I sent you the link. Is there any way that you can? I mean, I can. I think I can.
No, you're fine. Just
Do
start
another.
ahead. You're
Let
fine.
me see if I can do it on because I gotta show the guys on StreamYard too, and let me see if I can do another share screen. No, I can't.
You
Huh.
can go in the voicing out and share that video, or just share your screen.
I think. Well, I think maybe I can. Well, no, I can't do it that way. Let's see.
You have like a share your screen button on.
I am
right
currently
at the
sharing
bottom.
my screen, which is how I'm getting the sound for the Discord. So we may have to do the video thing. I don't know how we're gonna do that. That'll be all right.
How about send it to me? I'll play it.
All right. Yeah. I mean, you have it. You have the link. I sent it to you already.
I do.
Yeah. You have it. I sent you the whole. I sent you all the show notes and everything. What few of them I made. Well, I mean, honestly, I made a whole
Where is
thing.
it?
It's in your PM, I guess. I don't know. Hang on. I got too many tabs open, guys. You got.
StreamYard.
It's
Your
on
Discord
Discord.
server.
Yeah, it's Discord on your Discord private.
Okay, you mean you posted on my Discord, it's not in my DMs.
Let's see. I will tag you where here. I'm typing it now. There we go. You got it? Found it? All right, never mind. I'll just grab the link. Hang on. I shall scroll. Where am I at? There's a lot of conversation. There it is. Nope, not it. There it is.
Scrolling.
Scrolling.
Yeah.
Can you just post it in the VC chat? Like I'm right there.
Yeah. Post it into VC chat.
There's like a little bubble.
Let's see.
Couldn't we all just join StreamYards like we did that one time?
Yeah, that would be.
No.
I can host 15 people there. I don't know why we. This is the problem is Discord's too hard. Discord's too hard to do stuff like this where StreamYard's made to do this stuff. So I can have 25 people.
Yeah, but we were supposed to have some other people too, so that's why.
I mean, yeah, I don't. Yeah, but it's just a link. It's they don't even have to have Discord, which is actually why
So
you
just send it to me. I'm waiting on the link.
You have it. It's in your PMs or whatever. I even said
no, it's
here.
not in my DMs.
Keep scrolling. It's way up there. Here, I'll say here again. Oh wait, hang on. Let me just see if I can copy the link again. This is really. There we go. Yep. Copy link.
The last link I got in DMs is the who the fuck did I marry?
I just did it again. You
I heard
know,
it.
you have two of them. You have two DMs for some reason.
What?
Yeah. And you've been talking to me in both of them.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that's weird. It's like a group. Hold on.
We need one of those technical difficulty screens.
I did with the little jazz music. Yes, you are right. You are right. I do need that. Can any of you guys make that happen? Because that would be slick.
I could probably figure something like that out. Yeah,
that would be slick. I would like that. Do that. Make that happen.
That's my little elevator music.
Yeah.
Copy the URL.
All right. So I don't know. I can't share it on StreamYard, so the YouTube guys
I
aren't
got it.
able to
Hold
see it.
on. Hold down.
Well, let's see. Put that up
Hold
there.
down.
And if you can share it in voice chat, they can see it now.
I got you.
Tabarnak, là, qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Ouais, c'est ça, tabarnak.
Yeah. Maudit,
Wrong
là.
keyboard.
French
Yeah.
things happening in French.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Josie could speak French 10 times better than I can.
Yeah, don't give me credit. I didn't ask for it. Yeah.
And yet, you have it. There we go.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
Ta gueule!
You kids, calm down.
Hey, no.
Calm down. All right. Also, guys, I have been banished out to my airplane shed again. And I'd like you to know that all of the work I've done to increase my Wi-Fi speed has really paid off. I have not had a hiccup this stream. I am excellently pleased with myself because
You're
before
speaking over the video, dude.
I can't hear the video. There's no video.
Do you guys see it?
Nope.
Yeah, you have to click on join activity.
There we go. All right, so am I in control of this or what?
No.
All right, so pause it. I'm not in control of it. So how do I? All right. So to lay this out. So this girl has, so this popped up in my stream today because I watch a lot of flight videos and I get a lot of stuff from different influencers or YouTubers or whatever. And this just kind of popped up, and it was like, it was like in low time pilot jobs, and I thought, well, that's a kind of a weird video title, so I want to check that out. And then it's just this rambling. It's pretty bad. She talks about a bunch of different jobs. There's a couple in here that I think are worth listening to about, but the important thing is that she actually went to went to this school to be an airline pilot for American, and they kicked her out for some reason. I don't know why, but she says that in one of the videos, and so she's working at an FBO, that's a fixed base operator. So she works at the airport, probably in the office of just scheduling fuel or whatever, getting the hangar rent, and she starts talking about all of these jobs, like being a aerobatic pilot and just all of this stuff. But if you skip ahead, Josie, there's one that Spectre's gonna love, and the rest of us are gonna be like, "What the fuck?" So keep just kind of just zip through. I think it's like the third job. I think she doesn't do
Can
any
you just give me a
timestamps or
timestamp?
anything. Yeah, she doesn't
I
timestamp
don't.
or anything. So just if you'll just start rolling through, I'll stop you. If I yeah, keep going. Fast forward. By the way, she's like 19 thinking about this stuff. Yeah, go faster. Go. Just skip forward. I actually know the guys at Red Bull that do that.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a
Yeah,
caption?
Mike Beatty.
No captions for me.
Greg, you can turn on your caption. Because
Oh,
you
I can
speak
turn
over the
on
video.
captions. I don't.
Okay, so where do I move it forward?
She got all of this information on Google, by the way. She didn't actually talk to anybody in the career. She just Googled it.
Oh, that's the way to do it these days, right?
All right, back up a little bit. Back up a little bit. Listen to her job plan. Listen to her job plan. Back it up just a hair.
Can you just describe it?
She talks about being that she meets all of these rich people, and her job plan is to buy a plane and fly rich people around.
Okay.
And the way she says it is crazy. Like, huh? I know, who really thinks this way, right? Like, this is not how you. This is not a good career
No.
path. Planning. This is not how people do that. And then
No.
I don't know if we've skipped over. Just keep going. It's gonna be funny.
Can you just give me a timestamp?
Let me hang on. Let me pull it up, and let me.
And while you're doing that, that's kind of like the I don't know, the 10 or 12-year-old mentality of approaching a business, right? Like, I'm gonna buy a plane. I'm gonna fly rich people around. Rich people like
Right, I
flying
know all
around.
these
It's
rich
like,
people.
yeah, it's like she'd be better off buying a plane, hiring a bunch of really attractive women to like staff the plane, and not have the pilot scene at all, and then market that to flying rich people around, right? Like celebrities and whatnot. But
Or
like
even better, just
that's,
don't even fly it around. Just make it an airplane that stays on the ground. This is the airplane experience. So that way you don't even have the fuel.
they have those, and that's crazy. But it's like,
Yeah, give me
the
a
lack
second.
of
I've got to find this thing. I mean, Spectre's gonna freak the fuck out. I can't. I
I mean,
can't
good thing
even.
I'm not streaming it. I think I'm just gonna edit the video after.
Yeah, it's.
Because like dude, like if you have like a 30-minute video, I need the timestamps.
Yeah, I don't know how.
I invited our liberal friends to come on, but they're MIA right now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not overly
I'm
concerned.
surprised TA didn't show up, but maybe he's busy.
Yeah.
Next time you're trying to get liberal women, just make sure they're not on birth control, and then show them a picture of me. Like you'll get them like that.
There's there's no way I can get them.
I mean, come on, man.
But you're a white supremacist.
Tell them how much money I have and how based I am. Like.
That was actually the thing I forgot. I was trying to describe you to somebody else the other day. I was like, yeah, I mean, he's really honest about it.
Yeah. I mean, people figure it out soon enough anyway, right? So why beat around the bush with it?
Yeah.
I said he's an asshole, but when I want an honest opinion, he's a cool guy. But then he's an asshole.
I don't really know that I mean, to be honest with you, he really, dude, Spectre. I mean, come on, man. You have like an online persona, and then you have like the real you persona. They're two totally different things.
What's about?
I think the persona that you get is reliant on what we're talking about, right? Like, there's certainly a more chill aspect of me, but it is part of the like the balls to the wall, gung ho type shit too. Like you can't have one without the other.
I mean, I
man,
guess.
Oh, sorry. I just kind of want to fluff his beard.
No homo.
No homo. No homo.
Kind of full homo there, man.
I aim to please, so anytime
right.
I come in with sauce out of it, you just let me know and we'll work out the details.
All right, yeah, we'll arrange a date and
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, it's kind of an interesting deal, to be honest with you, that there's so many people, and honestly, I really felt like that. What's her name was really like scared of you, like Allie. That's what I'm trying to. Allie was like really scared of being on stream with you, like you were gonna yell at her or something. And I'm like, dude, he's a normal dude. Like I didn't.
Yeah, I
So,
just have really strong convictions, and I think there is a problem with text. Like my personality is not conveyed at all through text. People are like, oh my god, he's gonna like reach through the screen and massacre me. He's gonna wear my face or something. It's
you're just really, you're so. And I noticed this when I had you on a stream, right? Like you're really reasonable talking, but when you're typing, it's there's no inflection. It's just, and people get to read it the way they want to. So Josie, go to like 9 minutes and 30 seconds. And then let's pipe up the sound because this is good. I don't know how he's cruised by it, but we did.
What the fuck?
9 minutes, 30 seconds in. I cruised by it like 3 times. I don't know how I managed to.
Tap on that, love.
What the fuck is pretty universal? It's not playing. What the fuck?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, Grid. If you go on like the little rocket, the thing that looked like a little rocket at the bottom.
I think I'm in control of it.
Oh, you think Spectre? Yeah.
Started.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Spectre to it.
So 9 minutes what?
9:30. 9 minutes, 30 seconds.
Like your own friends, your own clients.
Oh, that's not right.
Yeah, that's where she's talking about how she can be her own boss, flying around her friends, her clients, the rich people that she's meeting, working in the airport, FBO. Now in Texas, to be honest with you, it is in Texas. So,
talk about your experiences. You can film
How's
your
the wildfires
experience, and it still doesn't count as compensation for hire because nobody's paying you to fly that plane.
Now she's talking about doing social media.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to preface by saying all of this information I got off Google, and you can get off Google too. If it's wrong, please correct me in the comments. I don't want to be wrong and giving you guys false information. So I'm just trying to give you guys the baseline of what you guys would do, how much you could make, and whatever.
All right.
But yeah, the next
Pay
one.
attention. This is the next one.
Pilot. It's basically a plane rigged out for people to, have the Mile High Club if they want to experience that in a legal way. Because obviously, if you're going on an airline and you try and do it, they have policies.
What's going on?
You're in like a tiny bathroom.
Roll it back. I don't think anybody caught that because everybody was talking. Roll that back.
For fuck's sake.
The baseline of what you guys would do, how much you could make, and whatever. But yeah, the next one, Mile High Club Pilot. It's basically a plane rigged out for people to, have the Mile High Club if they want to experience that in a legal way. Because obviously, if you go on an airline and you try and do it, they have policies. It's awkward. You're in like a tiny bathroom. I have never joined the Mile High Club. I want to preface. I've never even taken a passenger up that isn't a pilot.
Reaction to me?
Let's clear those rumors. I have never joined the Mile High Club. I have never even attempted to. That is not something on my bucket list. And it's dangerous. I've known some pilots that do the Mile High Club while they're flying. And this plane is specifically rigged out so that you'll have the cabin to yourself and the pilots will fly you. The pilots won't.
I had
look.
never
They
heard
have
of
a
that.
door that closes, so you can do your thing in a kind of, interesting way. Maybe the pilots will do 0Gs while you're joining the Mile High Club, but a very niche thing. It took me forever to even find this career choice.
But you were looking
if you're
for it.
into that, I know many pilots
Right?
who
Yeah.
are kind of kinky like that, and
God,
they want to make it as a career, or even just a stepping stone to
What'd you guys
future
find?
airlines or future jobs that you have to have more hours.
Yeah,
Hey,
we're
can you
watching
not
that
see
video.
this?
So Mile High Club pilot, and for my research, it looks like they're making about
Is,
80,000
video
a
something
year. I'm pretty
sexy?
sure it might be probably less, but it really depends. I don't know anyone in that career field, but it sounds like a nice
God.
alternative, and
Just,
I'm pretty sure they would pay low-hour pilots. Next one, I just discovered this
Something you
today,
can
and
really
it's called a
sink your
weatherman
teeth
pilot.
into.
So normally, as pilots, we learn all the time, stay 20 miles away from thunderstorms at all times,
Come on now.
and this career has you diving straight.
So she's
into
on to the next one.
Yeah, kill it there.
That shit. Like, what's next? You get a bigger plane and outfit it with like a BDSM dungeon, and then you have BDSM airplanes.
Well, that's
you know,
Epstein's
like,
airplane, but that's
well, it's just. I don't know. Is this a woman or is this like an 8-year-old boy fantasizing about his like pre-wet dream fantasies? I don't even know what to do with that. Just
I'm so glad. I am so glad that you were on the stream when that went down, because you're like the perfect person to react to it. My first reaction was, why is it she's 18 or 19? Why is this girl looking up Mile High Club pilot? Like, and she said she had to search for it. And I'm like, I'm like watching this and I'm going, this is boring as fuck. And the next thing is like Mile High Club pilot, and I had to look for it for like a long time. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why are you looking for this? Like, this is not something I would look for. And she didn't actually cover any of the actual low time pilot jobs that people get when they first get their CFI, like oil pipeline pilot. There's a bunch of pilot jobs where all you do is just fly and have very low responsibilities. It is so weird. And she's got some other videos out there. The next one, and we'll probably do that next week, but the next one is, she talks about the disadvantages of being a woman in the air as a pilot in pilot training. And keep in mind, apparently she flunked out of American Airlines pilot training. So that's interesting in and of itself, but it was pretty hard to do. And she did get her PPL. She is a private she is a licensed private pilot, but it's very interesting. The whole thing, man. I was literally about to click off when the Mile High Club thing came on, and I was like, I cannot believe. I had to rewind it like a couple of times, make sure that I'd heard what I heard. I'm like, this is unbelievable. Who says that? And then she goes on to talk about how she knows all the, she works in the FBO and she knows all these rich people, and that's how, she could just do that. She could just have her own business. And then before the Mile High Club, she talks about social media, how she can do, make airplane videos. Don't even have to have an airplane. You can just make videos, and, people will watch them and stuff like that. So I mean, the whole thing is just this, like, I don't know, man. It's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
But
I'm starting to understand how she flunked out of that pilot's program.
You feeling it now? All right. I mean,
I'm getting some of those vibes that women are always talking about
too. I'm there with you, because I was kind of in that same deal. And let me go back to this. There we go. And take care of the video offline. And so it was very interesting to me, and I thought you guys would get a kick out of it. And I didn't expect the added bonus of having Spectre here to react to it. I'm not really sure what happened to Josie. She went quiet. And Flan, are you still with us, buddy? Oh, we're getting a lot
Yeah,
of.
he's here. He's muted.
He's
Yeah.
I'm
muted.
still here.
Oh, okay.
I'm here, man. I'm here.
Okay. Good. I won't drop any. I don't want anybody to drop off. I don't want to lose anybody. So, good
Totally
times for all of us.
I'm listening in the back, but I'm doing other shit. So
That's okay. That's okay.
if you need me,
we all have things to do. You can pull the YouTube video off the screen. We're done with that. If you want to kill that, I don't know who gets to do that.
because I'm gonna be
You
away
have
from the
to-
computer after that.
You
I
have to
have
click
to?
leave activity.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Hang on. I gotta put my readers back on. Let's see.
Yeah, I need
There you go.
sorry to interject, but I've been having trouble actually reading recently, so I think I actually might need reader's glasses because I wore my sister's glasses and
Uh-oh.
it was like night and day, man. So
Yeah,
I know you
it
can
happens
make
to us all.
you can make
You
it
know-
bigger.
You know what's happening, Flan? You're becoming your sister, and you got to cut that out. Okay.
It's the chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay.
Yeah.
sort of the freaking frogs game.
But
what you
only
got
the
to see
French
is if your
frogs.
sister. Oh, the French frog. Oh, they're the worst. Yeah.
That's not what Alex Jones said.
No,
Get your facts straight.
I'm 31. I think someone said how old.
No,
Hey,
like
what
I
is
said,
it?
Yeah.
What is it
you're-
about gay men chasing straight men? What is that? What is that all about?
It's the thrill of turning them. It's the same thing as.
It
like
never was. I don't know
streaking.
where you got that from. Sorry, you got hit on by a gay man.
I think I've only been hit on by a gay man once, and it wasn't even that obvious. Like a woman had to point it out.
But no, there's no such thing like they're trolling. It doesn't happen.
I don't know.
No, it
But
doesn't.
there is the phenomenon of like straight women trying to turn gay men straight again. So
No, it doesn't happen.
Never heard about that, but
It's called
Yeah.
a cunt. Nobody likes those.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
about
so
that,
pleased
but
you
I know.
to
So
tell us what's reality and what's not.
yeah, I'm glad I got a dose of it. All right, well, cool. That's interesting. Flan, let's talk some world politics, socioeconomic stuff, man. We were having a great discussion before I started the stream, man. That was great.
yeah, man, I would love to talk with you a bit more.
Yeah, man, let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, I
Fuck
totally agree that the ideal thing with the way the both of our countries are situated right now is that you would have Pierre P and Donald T as the leaders, because honestly, with Argentina being controlled, and I cannot remember the leader's name down there, but with Argentina,
Javier, I think.
Javier, thank you. Yeah. So with
That's his first name.
yeah, but I don't know his name. I mean, yeah, AC will know.
Oh yeah, I guess AC's
Yeah, AC will know.
Is it still the Bolsonaro?
Bolsonaro. Yeah, thank you. Javier Bolsonaro.
Okay. Yeah. So with that kind of dream team in the world politics, the only problem that, I mean, as far as America, Canada, and South America go, I mean, it would be nice if we could get a good leader in Brazil and Mexico, but
Well, what's it in Brazil? Like Lula, the really far
Bolsonaro is Brazil, and Malay
Bolsonaro was ousted.
Yeah.
Was he? I don't know.
Malay. Thank you, AC, for correcting my pronunciation. Yeah. Yeah, Malay is with it would be nice if we had, because Venezuela's turning too, but there's no clear leader there. So I think Venezuela's probably, until the CIA goes down there and does the CIA shit,
Again.
again, it's gonna be a communist. It's really a battleground right now, right? Because
Yeah.
it's just a mess, and it will come out. More than likely, it's going to come out. It'll restore a democratic government, and it will. 10 years from now, it'll be Argentina, where Argentina is today, and it could happen in 5 years. I'm just saying. I think 10, but so Venezuela is kind of off the table, but Brazil, Chile,
What about El
Mexico.
Salvador? El Salvador, have you heard about them?
I thought El Salvador was cool, right? Like I thought El Salvador and Colombia were both basically like they weren't great, but they weren't war zones, and they weren't really. Now I could be wrong about El Salvador, but I've
heard they had the lowest crime rate.
Well, that's only because the drug dealers will kill you, and that keeps the crime down. So
and they just
weird how that works, It's like I have the lowest crime in my neighborhood because all the drug dealers live here.
Yeah. Well, and it goes to show like the dynamics of power, right? People are reluctant to recognize it, but Mexico, like Mexico is what it is, but they do have a semblance of order, and you see that any place where organized crime is. Like, yeah, it's not ideal, it's not great, but there is some kind of order. It's just not the order you happen to want.
Sure. Strana M says that the guy in El Salvador cleaned up all the gangs. That's where MS-13 started from, and it's probably why MS-13 is moving up into the U.S. because they've been driven out of El Salvador, and Mexico's driving them out of Mexico. What we need is what we really need is Brazil and El Salvador. I mean, not El Salvador, Brazil and Mexico to get their shit together, and we would lock down from Canada, from one tip to the other tip of the entire continent. Locked down.
Yeah.
Well, Nicaragua as well, right?
Yeah, but Nicaragua's small, and realistically, we could literally just bomb that shit.
Take it over.
I mean, I'm going to say that out loud, but I mean, we've done it before. There's this place called Panama that
Noriega and all that. Yeah,
right. Like I don't like we would need another Reagan. We'd have, if Trump was in office. I don't think Nicaragua. If Nicaragua didn't play ball, we could conquer Nicaragua in 12 hours tops. Because it's small.
Yeah.
They don't really have anything that we can't totally destroy. And if worst comes to worst, we'll just send in the buffs and turn it into a parking lot for all the used EV cars when the batteries go bad.
So there you go. Yeah.
I mean, it's a win-win. And the jungle takes over.
Solutions for
modern solutions. The jungle then takes back over, and 100 years from
modern
now,
problems.
100 years from now, people like the natives here really were technologically not very advanced. They were using electric cars. Look at them.
Yeah.
Modern problems require modern solutions.
Yeah.
Well, the buff's not exactly modern, but it keeps getting upgraded.
No.
You guys know what buff stands for, right? For the B-52?
No, but
big, ugly, fat fucker. Buff.
Okay.
That's what the B-52 is. Big, ugly, fat fucker. And that's
B-52 has dealt a lot of damage.
Yeah, man.
over the years.
When you can pack as much
The
room into something
B-52
as
has
that thing,
introduced more.
yeah.
The B-52 has introduced more savages to their god than malaria. I mean,
Well, now you're probably officially canceled, but
I
Oh,
probably
no.
am. I'm just saying.
it's a good run.
I'm just saying. I'll go out on a high note. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
the B-52.
I know, like
Go ahead.
50,000 Jews. You're fine, man. You're good.
Well, now you're definitely canceled.
All right.
No, it's just shekels.
Shekels.
It's
Just taking out Josie by proximity.
Wait.
I mean, the B-52 makes parking lots out of cities, right? Like, I mean, it's
it's a heavy bomber.
I mean,
That's
there's
an
nothing on the
understatement.
planet that compares to it. Like, that's the reason it keeps getting upgraded, because it's so good at its job. And there's
Yeah.
nothing that
What about the Lancer? The Lancer.
the B-1B
B-51?
Lancer. So Lancer's,
It
it's
looks bad.
fast. It's fast, but it can't carry the payload. And
No?
yeah, and you don't understand how technologically advanced the buff is. That thing I mean, they've got carbon fiber wings now. They've lightened the shit out of the thing. They've got versions of it that literally have like rotary rocket launchers inside it.
Nice.
Beauty.
That it can just like swing out, and it's like a fucking transformer. And I mean, and it just keeps upgrading. And it carries it can carry so much weight that to have all of the electronic suites that it would need to complete, it can go in by itself to most countries and completely knock out their communication systems with what it carries on board. Like, it doesn't need an AWACS flying around with it. It just does it because it's so fucking big that it just has all its shit on board. It just does it by itself, and still carries enough bombs to do whatever it needs to do, right? And missiles.
Yeah.
I think that they can launch. So I think that they've upgraded the buff to the point that it can launch every single weapon in our arsenal, including the hypersonic missiles. Like, there's nothing that the buff can't do except go fast. I mean, it's not slow.
Yeah.
But it's not fast. But it takes a lot of abuse. I mean, I can't even actually remember the last time one was shot down. First, you got to get close enough to it, right?
Yeah.
The first thing, the first problem is solved by F-35s, F-15s, F-22s. We got a whole lot of angry little Hornet bastards to protect the big one.
Well, even in Vietnam, didn't they have 30mm dual tail guns in those things?
Yeah, dude, they got howitzers that come out the side. They can. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's so modular that every time that the Air Force and the Army say, yeah, we're going to phase this out. No, somebody somewhere comes up with something to make it badass again, and the buff gets a new life. I mean, I mean, literally, the buff has been sending people to meet their god since the end of World War II, basically, right? Right after.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, it came out it didn't actually go into play in World War II, but it was there for Korea,
Yeah.
And it went right to Vietnam.
Yeah, it did.
Moving pieces on a map. And
did you guys watch what was the show? It was produced by Steven Spielberg and
What was it about? World War II?
World War II. Yeah, sorry.
A Band of Brothers?
Band of Brothers. Thank you.
Yeah. I watched some of that.
They
Yeah.
just
The whole
released,
thing.
they just released another news series. Was just dealing with just the Allied bombers and Allied fighters, mainly Allied
Okay.
bombers.
Right.
It's fairly new. It's 2023, and I haven't watched it yet, but I've been wanting to.
I'll have to check that out. That sounds pretty good. If it was done the way Band of Brothers was done, it's gonna be really something.
Yeah, Band of Brothers is still one of my favorites.
It's really hard to understand how far and how fast we came with air superiority in World War II. Like we went from
Yeah.
having Brewster Buffaloes and biplanes, Albatross biplanes, to having P-51D Mustangs, P-38 Lightnings, the B-17 Lancasters.
The P-47s.
We just went to having just like this massive aviation inventory. And one of the stories I really like about World War II is the story of the Flying Tigers. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. But so there was a Chiang Kai-shek, who was the leader of China at the time. Russia had something was going on in Russia, and they basically had the White Russians. I forget why. I'm just drawing a blank. I should know this, but the White Russians, basically out of Belarus and some other areas, were pushed into China, and most of them were in Hong Kong, Beijing, these cities, or not Hong, Hong Kong, I think, and the Japanese were invading China, like they were like very aggressive, and
Nanking, right?
Nankang, thank you. Yes, Nankang, thank you. That's exactly right. And so Chiang Kai-shek actually came to the U.S. to buy airplanes to import into China to fight the Japanese, who were bombing the crap out of China. And China had no army. At this point in time, China was nothing but dirt and farmers, man. Like it had gone from like this really amazing country, and it had kind of it hadn't really gone downhill, but it had just kind of stayed at this specific level of development where Japan and India, to some degree, although India was almost as bad, and Korea had kind of, they were adopting more and more Western technology, and certainly the Russians were. But China was still kind of stuck there, right? Like at World War I level. And so we actually had Marines stationed in China. They were called China Marines, and they were there for the initial invasion of the Japanese. And there's some really interesting stories that go that surround that. I'm not going to get into any of them because we don't have time. But when Chiang Kai-shek came to the U.S., there was a bunch of planes that he looked at, and he ended up buying the P-47 Tomahawk because the Army didn't want it. Yeah, P-40. Thank you. The Army didn't want it. The Army thought it was too heavy. It was too slow. It had too much armor, and what they thought they wanted was something really fast and lightly armored. Of course, they were wrong, and they ended up basically buying the same plane in the P-40D Kitty Hawk, whichever one it was. But the Army at the time and I'm sure there was like some nepotism or some kind of BS behind the scenes where they were buying the Bell Airacobra, which was a piece of crap. And they shipped all of these planes to India, carried them on rail and on wagon, like animal drawn wagon, ox, horse, mule, into basically it's Burma, which is kind of India, China, in Indochina.
Cambodia.
Yeah. So
Cambodia.
Yep, right through Cambodia, and they ended up building this little airstrip in outside of Rangoon, and I think they had 100 or 150 planes to start, and they didn't even have all of them when they started. I think they only had like 50 or 60, and they would just dribble in, right, and they always had problems with parts, all the typical old school warfare problem. Like now we don't have any problems with that. We can get things. I mean, anywhere in the country, we got it. But back then we didn't have that logistical capability, and so they're always short on parts and everything. But they beat the living dog shit out of the Japanese. I mean, these guys that were outmatched, outgunned, everything against Zeros and Cape bombers and all of these really cool Japanese planes, which were at the time the Japanese, to be quite honest, the Japanese with the Zero and especially the Zero especially, but then the Cape bomber and there was another one I forget what the other bomber was called, but maybe it was a Betty. I think that I don't know if that's right, but they had a couple of bombers and they had the Zero. Those were so much more technologically advanced than anything that we had in theater, right? Like the Zero and
the Zero destroyed everything.
Yeah, the Zero destroyed everything. The Zero was a good match against the Zero was a good match against the P-51, but the P-51 wasn't in the Pacific Theater until later. And then of course it was the P-51 came later. It was towards the end of it was towards the end of the war when it got to because they were all being sent to Europe, right? Like none of them actually made it to Japan or to China, the Pacific Theater, and mostly the plane that mostly fought off of carriers. The Mustang was very rarely flown off a carrier. The Corsair, the Dauntless, the Bearcat, and I'm missing one. Anyway, so the Navy had some planes that were pretty close, comparable with the Zero, but not like really good. And but I tell you what, these and so there were American pilots that had been pulled out of the current military because they were too old or too young to be sent to the European theater. Right? So like all of the pilots that they could get their hands on were all going to Europe. And the P-40 had originally been built to blast tanks in Europe. That's what it was designed to do. So it had like 20 millimeter cannon. It had like 6 50 caliber machine guns. I mean, it was a war horse, right? And it had a lot of armor. And
yeah, they did.
And so it was perfect for the European theater, but again, they didn't get there. But when they got to Japan and they're having to fight these dogfights with these Zeros, they lost a lot of airplanes, but they did beat the shit out of the Japanese pilots, and just in brutal air-to-air combat, like every day. These guys flew missions every single day, sometimes 3-4 times a day, and wave after wave after wave of get 2 hours of sleep, get 3 hours of sleep, go up, fight for your life. You make it back. It was a horrible, horrible thing, but they were so good at it. And they're one of the things that I most admire because they were all volunteers. Every single one of them was a volunteer. As a matter of fact, the name of that outfit was called the AVG, the American Volunteer Group. And Chiang Kai-shek had these silk things made up to put inside their that were sewn inside their jackets. They were called blood chits, and it was literally in Chinese said that whoever helped that pilot would get X amount of gold from the government. So if they got shot down in over a rice paddy or something, that because they don't look Chinese.
No.
Right? Like, you ain't from around here, boy.
No.
You you lost, son.
It's a little bit off the farm there.
Right, yeah. So just to make sure that Farmer Chang would help them, they would get, they had it in their they had it sewn inside their jacket. So if they crashed, they would, and it actually did save pilots' lives. And these farmers would find them and take care of them and take them back to where they needed to be. And these guys, I mean, it was tough, man. And I really it's one of the things I most admire and respect of World War II. Like, of all the things that we did in World War II, the thing that the American government had the least to do with was this, and it's one of the most admirable things that was done. And eventually, they all became, U.S. Army. They all had to come back into the U.S. Army and had to, because we did declare war on, because we weren't at war with Japan, right? So, as far as the Japanese were concerned, if they caught an American there, he was a spy, and they killed him instantly. Right? He wasn't a prisoner of war. They were not afforded any considerations for as an enemy combatant. They were considered a spy, and they were killed. And so it's an amazing story out of World War II that a lot of people don't know anything about. Like, they've never even heard of it. And it's crazy to me that nobody's ever, that this is such a big thing. And they were called the Flying Tigers, and it's a great story. And I really wish that they would do another movie about it along the lines of, the was the one with Tom Hanks. Crap, can't think of it.
Oh, Saving Private Ryan.
Saving Private Ryan, or Band of Brothers, or something like that, because. You know that so we used to make movies about the war in the Pacific, but Japan basically said we can't. They don't want us to do that. It portrays them in a bad light. Mm-hmm. They don't like it, and so a lot of the movie studios, shockingly, are now owned by the Japanese in some level, and so that's why you're not seeing movies like Midway and Iwo Jima. The movies that were made 30, 40 years ago not being made anymore, and they're not being remade better. Almost every war movie that comes out now is concerned with the European theater. And and if you ever wonder why,
it wasn't one of the I was just going to ask, wasn't one of the conditions that Japan not admit fault? Like Germany had to, but Japan didn't.
Right. Well, there's something like that. There's something that they didn't admit. Well, they didn't admit to any war crimes. See, Germany had to admit to their war crimes, and they were tried internationally as criminals.
Yeah.
The treaty that the Japanese signed basically absolved them of all guilt before anybody had done any investigation. And the Japanese were actually really bad, bad.
They were,
They were doing all kinds of experiments on humans. They were trying all kinds of, they were trying to use modern technology to at that time. Now, obviously, today
Right.
it's not modern technology. Let's just be honest.
No.
But back then, it was they were using this idea of modern technology to build a better samurai. They wanted to build a better, more obedient. Which the soldiers they had were already obedient enough, and they were just trying to take it to that next level. And they were experimenting on a lot of prisoners. There were a lot of drug usage. So like a lot of the things that Germans were trying with like LSD and growth hormones and what's that other? There's one that the Germans were
there was
they were trying. I mean, they were trying like
I know what you're talking about, but I can't recall the name.
It's not human growth hormone. It's they were using all kind of amino acid stuff and all of this. Basically, all kinds of stuff made from like various. They were trying to. It sounds like a Marvel comic, but they really were trying. They really were actually trying to like take lizard poison and give it to these prisoners to see what it would do to them if they give them a small dose over a long time, or if they, whatever, and they were really, really trying to do that stuff. And we write books about it now and make comic strips. We've made comic strips about it, but the reality is way darker than than what anything we could have written about. I mean, they were doing all kinds of things with anthrax. They were using anthrax. They were using snake venoms. They were using. I mean, they were just trying to kill people wholesale too. They like not only were they trying to do a super soldier program, they were trying to come up with ways to kill entire cities. So the German, they were fascinated with the mustard gas Germans used, right? Like they were really fascinated with the gas attacks that the Germans used against the British and the French and the Russians. They were fascinated with that, and but they wanted something more effective, and they wanted something that did not harm them, right? So they were not only looking to kill people wholesale, they also wanted an immunity from that as well. So they were dark, dude. They were really dark, and there is still, like, we talk about missing soldiers in Vietnam. There are probably just as many missing in the Pacific Theater that the Japanese falsified records saying that they've been killed and bodies dumped overseas or overboard or whatever, that were in these prison camps in the Philippines and various islands. But the thing is that they have shut all of that down. And the last movie that was made about the Japanese attack was Pearl Harbor, and it really portrays the Japanese in the best possible light they can. Like you don't even get angry at the Japanese when they bomb Pearl Harbor, right? Like you look at it and you go, it's tragic, but it's not like the average well, I get mad, but the average, and my son, dude, he gets unhinged. He's like, they're killing our boys, and because he's a big World War II buff, and but the average person watches that movie and they just don't care, right?
Well, I mean, it doesn't help that it's wrapped up in a love story, and Kate Beckinsale. It's Kate Beckinsale, so. But I don't know if that's actually true, because they have the Angelina Jolie movie Unbroken, right? And that's about a Japanese POW camp.
That's true. That's the Olympian that was caught, right? That's the Olympian. Yeah.
And then they had like Midway, the Midway that just came out a couple years ago. But I don't know.
Well, I thought Midway came out in like 2000.
I don't think it was that long ago. Wasn't it like 2020 or somewhere around there?
Midway?
Yeah, there's a new one. It's fairly new. It's all about like
gonna make me Google.
Who's the admiral that had shingles?
Oh,
I don't think Halsey.
Yeah. Well, it says it's 2019.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe they've changed their mind then, because there for a long time, and there was actually an article written about it in a newspaper, in I think in Hawaii or somewhere. So okay, I'm wrong.
Okay.
I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, Midway didn't really focus on the Japanese. It was more about the U.S. Navy.
It was the love story, right? And Doolittle's raid.
No, surprisingly, it wasn't the love story.
Oh, that was Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor was.
That was Pearl Harbor, yeah.
Yeah, Midway is the one where they're focusing on the dive bomber, and they're really focusing on the training and this guy getting busted back and forth up and down the rank because he won't follow orders, and how good a pilot he was, and all of that, and the whole sequence of the attack on Pearl Harbor is what, like 10 minutes, 8 minutes long, something like that. And then
something like that. Yeah.
And then they go back to where he, and then they go attack, and then we attack the Japanese. So, and that's like a 30-minute segment. So, okay. Again, there's like something that they wrote an article about a number of years ago about how the Japanese were actually trying to more or less change history by not allowing parts of the Pearl Harbor story to be told or written about, and so it was, it's always stuck with me that we really don't.
Yeah.
When people get all kinds of pissed off about the Nazis, as they should, as they literally should. But the Nazi, here's the thing. I'm going to sound like a fuckhead about this, but I don't give a shit. I can actually understand the Nazis a little bit because, first of all, not all of them believed what Hitler believed, and they did what they felt like they had to do. They were a lot of them were starving pre-war.
Yeah.
They were as bad as Russia. The difference is, instead of Hitler killing them off like Stalin did, and the guy before Stalin wasn't the first guy to start killing Russians.
No, he wasn't.
He just continued it. And there was a whole story the other day about how I think Candace Owens did it, about how the Ukrainian, how we shouldn't be backing the Ukrainians because they were just as bad as the Russians in killing Russians in World War II or pre-World War II.
They were even worse after. So like a lot of people don't know World War II history, like period. But after World War II and the Eastern Bloc countries were ceded to the Soviet Union, which went against the war promises made by the Allies.
Yeah.
The Allies came in and told like Poland and Czechoslovakia and all that, like, side with us, give us your men, fight with us, defeat the Germans, and you guys will be sovereign again, right? You'll have your countries back. And then after the war, in the face of massive protest from U.S. generals, Allied generals, the Allies decided in their infinite wisdom to cede all of that to the Soviet Union. And when that happened, Stalin really went ham. Well, I think Stalin was dead at that point. But the guy that took over went ham. And the Ukrainians went into a lot of these countries and they rounded up like all the intelligent people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in Poland, there were 250,000 people that were ranked or deemed at least very high intelligence. And the Soviets had the Ukrainians round them all up and take them into the woods and shoot them and bury them in mass graves.
Right.
It's so.
Yeah, it's really bad, that the Nazis get all the heat.
Yeah.
But they were starving, right? Like they were losing their country. They were oppressed, and you know what? So here's the thing, and we're to blame for Hitler in reality. We are, and I don't know that people really understand that, because at the end of World War One, the accords that were placed in the controls that were placed on Germany, so they couldn't build weapons of war, they couldn't build this, they couldn't build that.
Yep.
All of the things that we did were pretty fucking brutal, right? Like, and probably ill-advised, right?
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of that we can just, so I say we did it. The British were pissed as fuck. The British and the
they were.
The British and the French said, we're gonna fuck these guys in the asshole, and we're with no lube. We're not using aviation grade lube. These fuckers are taking it raw. And that's what they did. They literally and they bent Germany over. And that's how Hitler was able to come to power, you know?
Yeah.
And he was really able to come to power because all of these, you have to understand how that culture worked back then. You have all of these English dukes and counts and fucking all barons and all those motherfuckers, and French, same thing. But they're all related. They've all been intermarrying since like the 14th century and 16th century, you know? Like they've literally can trace their, I mean, like one of the German guys killed the last Merovingian, right? I mean, like they know that, you know, that it was Uncle Bob that did that, right? And right, like great Uncle Bob, he killed the last Merovingian. You know, he became leader of the Franks, but he's German, but he's leader of the Franks because, you know, he killed that last fucker, that last Merovingian fucker. And Merovingian means long hair. And you know, they couldn't come to power if they cut their hair. I didn't know that. I had to look that up.
Oh, that settles it. I'm gonna have to grow my hair out again.
No, if they ever cut it, like from birth, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, ever? Oh, wow.
Yeah, fuck, I don't know, man. But it may have been more like, you know, that they grew it out in like that Q thing. But if they were, if they displeased their crown or whatever, they were tonsured, which means that hair was cut off and sent to be a monk. They were sent to be a monk. So, yeah, what a bunch of fucking, we're doing fucking history lesson tonight. Flan's gone to sleep over there. He's like, fuck, this is boring as fuck. Dude, I get into it, man. Like we're doomed to repeat it, but it's very interesting because when World War One started, the English king, the German Archduke, Ferdinand, and the Russian Tsar were all brothers.
Yeah. Yep.
They were fucking brothers.
Yeah.
And it went to shit for no fucking reason. So after that, the French king, I think the French king was murdered, I think. Was he murdered? I know the Tsar Nicholas.
The Russian, the Russian royal family was all murdered.
Yeah, they were all murdered.
I think the French royal family was.
That was Lenin.
I think the French royal family was.
That was Lenin and
Trotsky, right?
It was and the rabid monk. What the fuck's his name?
Rasputin.
Rasputin. Thank you. Yeah, the rabid monk. You know.
Yeah.
Who held the Tsar in his hand, you know, but he fucking helped kill his family. And they stirred up the work. He was part of that. He got the Workers' Party all riled up, and he helped Lenin. I mean, he was working both sides. So yeah. And you know, so but the English king, they like to put a good light on it now, but he was super pissed, and the English and French people took a massive piece of Germany's ass.
Yeah.
Massive.
Yeah.
And when they did that, I mean, they just set it up for World War II to happen, and
Mhm.
a lot of it is that all of the royal or noble families in Austria and Liechtenstein and fucking Bavaria and Germany proper, they were all losing their lands, and their properties were being seized under these
Mhm.
war orders. And they didn't fucking like it. I mean,
No. Well,
and
and it's ironic in a way because some of the top advisors that were sent to the delegation of Versailles, they were warning against that very thing, against World War II. They said, "Look, if you guys implement the punishments that you guys want to, that you're talking about here, within 2 decades, we're going to have another continental war." Because
right,
it's unreasonable. Like you
yeah,
can't punish a side that loses just because they were fighting really well.
yeah,
And I forget exactly how it worked out. They came really close to a sensible armistice agreement, but for whatever reason, it fell through. I think it was one of the political families in the U.S. actually that turned sides and sided with the more hardline punitive measures
it's
of
probably
some of the
J.P.
people in
Morgan's
England.
family. I'm being
It was
funny.
it?
I'm being funny.
Okay.
I don't know that it was. It just
Right.
seems like something. It seems like a blue blood kind of thing to do. It's like fuck those guys.
Yeah, it may be. But yeah, I mean, they screwed the pooch on that, and then so you already have the Treaty of Versailles that's hamstringing Germany. Weimar Germany was a quagmire. It's like modern day America or modern day Europe in the sense of politics, culture wars, and all that stuff.
Right, and
then the Great Depression hits, right,
and
and that's just like that was the match, and the whole thing just boom.
well, you can't see it because you're not over on YouTube, but AC says, and he is right, that that was the cause of the National Socialist Party that took power from the Weimar Republic. Was all of
Yep.
these dukes lose,
Mhm.
German noblemen. I call them dukes. They weren't all dukes. They were barons and whatever the fuck they were. They were German
Sure.
noblemen. They were landed gentry. They were the ones that took care of the people. Right? They ruled, and they weren't really rulers, but they were the people that led in their communities. And
Yeah.
when the British mostly fucked with all of that, that led to, again, power from the Weimar Republic, and that led to the National Socialist Party being put into power with Adolf Hitler at the helm. And that, and now the part of that came from Russia, right? Because Lenin,
oh yeah,
had brought that up in Russia, and it kind of overflowed into was
well, they were spreading it. Yeah, they were spreading it west.
right.
Bolshevism, like people don't even know, Bolshevism was already in Poland, and they had a strong root in Poland. And
yeah, no, that's right. You're right.
Yeah, there were two warring factions, politically speaking, within Weimar Germany, and there were already communist riots within German cities.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of ironic or kind of funny. There's a story about Hitler before he rose to chancellor. Being a veteran, he was allowed to own automatic weapons at the time, right, as well as all World War I German veterans. And when this one particular communist riot was happening in Berlin, I think it was him and a group of his veteran buddies that set up pillboxes, sandbag pillboxes around the German chancellery or whatever it was, the German political house, and stopped the communists from burning it down.
Yeah,
it's like this is all stuff we don't teach, right? And that's why it's all being repeated, because even if people wanted to learn from it, they can't.
Right.
And so it's just over and over again,
Right. And it's interesting because people think that the Nazis were about white supremacy, and they were. Well, a section of them were.
Yeah.
A section of them were, right? The Aryan part of it was. That was Hitler's ideal was Aryan, even though he wasn't. and all of that. But at their root, they were communists. And the problem is that Hitler hated the Bolsheviks. He hated them. He absolutely hated them. And I don't actually understand why. I'm sure there's some story there that isn't taught in history that I just haven't delved into deep enough to find yet. But whatever reason was, they literally stood for the same thing. If Hitler had, personally, my personal opinion is that he hated Lenin, and he hated the idea that the Russians had not helped Germany early enough in World War One, and that caused Germany to lose the war. And
I think you're wrong on the motivation. I think that
I mean, I could be. I just don't know.
Hitler saw. Well, I think that Hitler saw what was happening in Russia and the Soviet Union in general. Somebody did research. I don't know if it was really a study, but they looked into it and they determined that in about the mid 1990s, after the wall had come down and things had kind of cooled off, that Russia technologically was about 100 years behind the Western world.
Sure.
Especially in terms of their civilian infrastructure and all that. And I think that the Germans in World War II, the mid 1930s, they were seeing the result of communism. And they're like, hey, look, total control and totalitarianism is one thing, but to do this to our own people, I mean, that's just barbaric. Why would we do this? And so if we let those guys over there take power, we're all going to be in the same place they are, right?
Right.
And so we have to counter that, kind of like the U.S. claimed to do in Vietnam, right? We're going to stop the spread of communism. Right. The whole time we're buying things from China. But I think that was the motivation. And then even if you look at the policies that were implemented under Nazism in Germany, it's very focused on the people. It is totalitarian, it is authoritarian, but the goal is very different.
Mm-hmm.
At least in claim, war muddies everything.
Yeah.
But the goal was to have the best country possible for the German people, to get rid of the scourge of communism and all this stuff. And so when communists talk about reactionaries, I think the Nazi example is very fundamental to that. I think that's at the core what they're talking about. The people that are fundamentally opposed to communism, period.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably true. I mean, the reality is that, and again, I'm going to say that I'm either not remembering it or I just I don't recall why Hitler hated them so much specifically, and I'll go with that.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, AC says he's commented over on YouTube. You can't see it, I can. Because Russia was a country so big with poor management due to constant revolts between the Tsar and the Bolsheviks, which dates to the mid 1800s.
Yeah,
and that's true, right?
Yeah.
And that was actually part of Russia's biggest problem was that Russia was so big, and a lot of it was basically at that time period uninhabitable, right? You couldn't.
Yeah.
They didn't have the technology to inhabit Siberia, right? They didn't.
No.
And people find that funny now, but I'm like, you don't understand. They sent people to Siberia to die because they knew it was going to kill them. You couldn't live there, right? They didn't have the technology. They didn't have the ability to heat it. They didn't, I mean, these people, or get food there. They, the best they had were trains. And so nowadays we think of that as crazy. There was a place on Earth that you couldn't live. We have people living in Antarctica. Well, yeah, we do. Right? We do.
Yeah.
But back then that didn't happen. And so when you have but again, I know I sound like a dick, but I blame the Russians I blame a lot of what happened in World War II on Russia. And the fact that we were actually allied to them has always been strange. And
Yeah.
you were talking about how fucked up it got at the end of World War II and why we kind of didn't like actually divide Russia like we had promised we would, or we had a
Mhm.
pact, right? We had a signed agreement.
Yeah.
Well, that was
Yeah.
FDR, right? That was FDR's
Mhm.
legacy because he was a great friend to Russia. He thought they were
Oh, yeah.
awesome. He was all about Russia. And again, when you look at Germany and Italy, I thought Italy was worse than Germany to their own people. Okay, because Mussolini came into power. He was a complete fascist. He wanted the government to own everything and everyone to work for the government. And at that time,
Yeah.
he was the government. Like you
Yeah.
can't
Yeah.
avoid this, right? Like he wanted to be king, but he understood that if he proclaimed himself king, he would die. If he just said,
Mhm.
I'm the prime minister, or I'm this, or I'm that, but still had the same power, it's the same thing as being king, but nobody tries to kill you, or fewer people try to
Right.
kill you. And
Yeah. Yeah.
and I really think Mussolini was as bad or worse than Hitler. Hitler gets a bad rap because of the Jews, rightfully so. He absolutely deserves every bit of hate that's thrown towards him. But Lenin and Stalin and Mussolini all deserve as much or more hate. And really they deserve more. The fact that we do not treat Russia in the same way that we do Germany to this day is crazy. It's nuts. Same thing with Japan. We treat Japan with kid gloves.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they had an even more evil plot, right? Like they were going to
Oh, yeah.
invade China and Korea. They did invade China. They
They
invaded
did. Yeah.
Korea. They invaded Korea. They weren't able to hold it, and they made it as far as Indochina, almost to India. That's a big fucking area, dude.
Yeah.
That's massive to control that amount of
Oh,
area.
yeah.
And I mean, we don't, it's downplayed so much in our history books, but the Japanese were a larger threat overall than Germany, right? Like
Mhm.
they
Yeah.
really were. And
Yeah.
plus, Hero had a complete plan to get rid of Hitler. Like it wasn't like he was playing nice. He was like, okay, we're doing this out of convenience. There was never any like
Yeah.
the agreement between Hitler and Mussolini and Hero was not the same agreement between Mussolini and Hitler, which is we're gonna conquer all this and we're gonna divide it. And we're gonna be buddies.
Mhm.
It was
Yeah.
we're gonna, Hero says, I need oil and you have it. I will join you in this as long as you provide me with oil.
Mhm. Yeah.
The minute he had I promise you, the minute that he had moved through India into Turkey where there's oil and he controlled that, Hero would have gone after. We wouldn't have had to worry about Germany. Honestly, if we had just stayed out of it another year, Hero would have fucked Germany up.
Oh,
Germany was
maybe. I mean, I think that
Germany was already
Japan was
losing
being
too much to
stretched
the
too
British.
thin.
Germany was
Yeah.
already
I mean,
losing too much to the British. They were going to lose in Russia. Um, we were supplying we were supplying everybody with
we were
whatever they
supplying
wanted,
everybody.
right?
Yeah.
Like we actually built a bomb for the British to break German dams. Like we developed that,
Mhm.
and it
Yeah.
worked. I mean, we fucked them up. I mean, honestly, we could have. I mean, hindsight, right? 2020. But if we just waited a year, if Pearl Harbor had not happened, if we had stopped it at Midway, if we had stopped it in the Pacific, which we should have, we had every possible warning to do that.
Yeah.
If we had if we'd had competent leadership in the Pacific, we probably wouldn't have gotten into the war. Hero would have continued to advance across China, into India, into Turkey. Once he gets to Turkey, he's got all the oil he wants. And that was his goal.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing that was dry. That was his whole thing was, I want to burn through China as fast as I can. I need the oil in Turkey. Well, he was also going to Mongolia, right? The Gobi.
Mongolia, yeah. He was getting oil from the Philippines and China too, I think.
Right. But his goal was to
take a lot of land, yeah.
Yeah. His goal was basically the only reason that Hero knew that he couldn't run his war against the China, he couldn't run the war his way without oil. And at that point in time, now remember, Saudi was not Saudi at that time.
No.
Right? Like we knew
it was Arabia.
Yeah, we knew there was oil there, but they weren't pumping out 500 barrels an hour at that point.
No.
Right? Like we knew, that at that point in time, there was oil in the Gobi, right? Because the Russians were getting it from there. And that's Mongolia, which is why Russia owned Mongolia to begin with. I mean, they didn't own it. They took it over. Because they needed oil. And then there was oil in Turkey, right? We knew that.
Yeah.
And there was oil, and you're right. There was oil in they got oil from the Philippines. They got oil from the fuck else was it? Maybe Vietnam. Maybe they were. I don't think they got to Vietnam, but they were
in Vietnam. It was China proper, but I forget where in China. I think it was
Burma, maybe
Southeast China.
Yeah, that was Burma. But they were getting enough oil to run their effort in that area, but to really go and I just don't think Hero had any real alliance with the Germans. He didn't think anything about them, right?
No, and especially after he didn't get the support that he thought he was going to get from Hitler. After Pearl Harbor, there was a falling out there, or slightly before. It might be slightly before. But I don't know that the Japanese army could have supported an offensive against Germany that far away from Japan. And especially when you look at the army doctrine in general, I mean, their armor doctrine was hilariously lax. They couldn't even defeat Shermans, right? And not reliably. And the Germans,
but they didn't
would knock Shermans off like bottle caps.
Yeah, but the thing about the Japanese at that point is they were far more interested in an air war than armor.
Okay.
Right. They were making massive amounts of bombers. Massive.
Yeah.
And so this is how I saw it playing out in 12th grade history. Hero marches across, and he wasn't marching. So the thing is that all these other armies were marching. Hero was using trains because there were already trains all the way through Burma, and his the only reason we were able to stop him is because the AVG group in China destroyed trains every chance they got. Literally every single chance. They blow the hell out. And the Japanese would come out and fix them, and we blow them up again. And they come out and fix them, and we blow them up again. But he was using the internal train systems to move men and material faster than anybody else. And even the Russians weren't moving them in their cattle cars quite as quickly. And the Japanese were better organized. They were not as well armed, but they're arguably more effective. And they had a lot better air support. Now you can argue that the German pilots had been fighting for longer against superior numbers, but they were also having their factories bombed every single night. By the time the Japanese got into the war, Germany was not the powerhouse it was when it started. And I personally think Hiro was going to, I don't know that he was going to attempt to actually conquer Germany. I think he wanted to push Germany aside and take as much land, as much real estate through Southeast Asia, through the Middle Mediterranean and Upper African region, and probably into Italy, into Europe proper. And then he probably would have retreated back to in that Turkmenistan kind of area there, Azerbaijan, Central Asia, and he probably would have retreated back to there because that's where the oil was. That's the only thing he really wanted was a steady supply of oil and raw materials so that the Japanese could build their war machine in their cities, and they wanted, Japanese had a very strange philosophy at that period of time. Again, I don't think that he meant to conquer Germany, but he would have kicked their ass to the point that they couldn't continue a war with England. There's no way they could have moved north into the Danish states and Newfoundland and all of that.
Or Scandinavia and the Baltics.
Scandinavia, thank you. Yes, the Baltic states. They couldn't have done that, which they weren't able to do anyway, but they definitely couldn't do it if they were fighting the Japanese. And I just don't believe that Japan was a strong enough ally that dog wouldn't have turned on the bigger dog as soon as it possibly could. And especially if they didn't have to, the only reason that they were coming after us was they wanted the oil in the Pacific, and we were protecting it whether we wanted to or not. I don't think it was our intention at that point in history to protect the Philippines. MacArthur did, but the U.S. didn't care. The only reason that Japan felt threatened is because MacArthur, every time the Japanese went anywhere near the Philippines, MacArthur would bitch about it and shoot at them. And and MacArthur was MacArthur.
Yeah.
he was fucking King Joe as far as he was concerned. He's like, this is my house, right? I'm Doug.
Yeah.
I'm Doug. I'm king. And he believed all of his own smoke, right? Like he really did. And to be honest,
he had the merits to back up a lot of those claims too.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He believed his own smoke because he was there when he did it.
Yeah.
And but yeah, so but if he hadn't been there, if it had been any other commander, the Japanese would have taken the Philippines. That would have been tragic, but it might have actually stabilized the region, to be honest with you, because at that point in time, we were losing Marines in the Philippines. We lost almost as many Marines in the Philippines to the Filipino people as we did to the Japanese. There's a reason we were called leathernecks, is because the Filipinos would cut the throat of the Marines, and they wore literally like dog collars. To prevent. That's why they're called leathernecks. I think that was in an earlier war, but yeah, it might have actually. I'm not sure that it was that. I don't know that it was necessarily a win. It wasn't an L. It worked out. It worked out.
I'm not sure either.
Yeah.
The way that I see World War II, broadly speaking, is nationalism versus globalism. Because you look at the things that FDR implemented in the States during the Great Depression and then pre-World War II, right? Yeah, well, exactly. You have Bolshevism in Russia, like that was already foregone after World War I. You have it seeping into China, during the Second Sino-Japanese War, which is the Japanese pre-America involvement in World War II. The Chinese were already fighting their own civil war between the nationalists and the communists that had moved in from the Soviet Union. So when you look at it geopolitically, that's what it strikes me as. And under that lens, it makes a lot of sense why Germany's evil and Russia, Russia's a footnote. And we don't really talk about Stalin, and we don't talk about his death toll. We don't talk about Mao and his death toll.
Mao! Oh my God!
Yeah, I mean, people think Hitler was bad. Like, you look at those figures, and you're like, any person with a brain is like, wait a minute, hold on here.
Mao only got away with it because we weren't at war when it happened, and China had shut themselves down. So.
Well, yeah, I don't know how much information was actually getting out of China at that time.
Right. This was so. I remember, like, I mean, China shut down. So China's done this a few times in their history, right? Where a leader gets in and they literally just shut it down. Like, nobody goes in, nobody comes out. Like, the only way that you hear anything about it is when somebody manages to get over the wall and swim across the sea to Taiwan and is rescued by a fishing boat or something. Like, other than that, there's no news that gets out. There's, like, nobody gets to go there. If you try and sail in there, they stop you. They've got, they actually have even back then, they have pretty efficient border control, and you just didn't. And of course, you stand out. Right, like,
yeah.
You stand out,
and that goes to modern tensions too. I mean, people don't know because it's not taught, but the nationalists lost the Civil War in China, and they fled to an island called Formosa.
Yes.
One guess what that island is called today, right?
Oh, I don't remember.
It's Taiwan.
Taiwan, right? Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. And so that's why you have the tension there, because the people in Taiwan, to an extent, they're still nationalist Chinese.
Yeah.
They're not the CCP. And so when mainland communist China comes in and tells them, you're going to do this, you're going to do that, they still have that resentment there. So.
Yeah, no, you're right, man. You're right. I mean,
yeah, we don't teach that in the public school system anymore, so.
We used to really teach a lot about China, as much as we knew. And the thing is we still don't know that much about China's history. There's like 100-year blocks.
Oh yeah.
That we don't know jack shit about. And they don't either, because it was erased, man. Like,
yep.
Like, you know how fucked up it is to have an entire country have 50 years that no one talked about, nothing's written about it, nothing's taught about it to this day. Nothing. Like, you don't know what happened in an entire country that's like 3 times the size of the United States, an entire country, dude.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to think about that now with social media and cameras everywhere and all of that. It is nuts, man. Like, crazy town. But it's happened, and it's happened again and again and again and again, and it's about to happen again. All signs point to China is going to shut the fucking door, and they're going to.
I think it's already happening to an extent. Like, we saw this during the pandemic. They were turning the ships around. They were saying, like, look, you're not exporting, right, to the factories and that.
Well, so that actually brings me to since we're talking geopolitical stuff, let's move away from World War II.
All right.
China doesn't need us. Like,
no.
I was over there in 2008, I think. Yeah, 2006, 7, 8, somewhere along in there. 2008 probably. And and there's only one English speaking TV channel.
Right? Okay.
And so I'm watching this program that is in Chinese that's being translated into English.
Right.
And they're talking about, it was specifically someone asking like the national trade director or whatever they call him about why Chinese top brands aren't sold outside of China.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, why would we? We have all the customers that we need right here. Like they were specifically, they were talking about like bicycles, TVs, shoes, clothes, and like there's a really big star. There was a really big athletic star over there at the time, and I actually have, or I had, I don't know where it is, but I had like his Olympic uniform. I had the a copy of it that somebody got me. Somebody got that for me back when the Olympics were happening in China back in like 2008 or whatever. And I have one of those. You couldn't buy that anywhere but in China. It's not allowed to be exported. Like, you have to go there and buy it there and bring it out, right?
Yeah.
And I thought about that for like a long time. And we were doing business over there, so I one of the things we were going to do is we were going to do connecting rods and pistons and some other stuff for my I was going to have my brand of components for high performance engines.
All right.
And there's like it's fascinating. We can talk. We'll have to do an episode about how Chinese parts actually work and how how that all works out. But I remember like thinking about this, or watching this article, thinking about like, okay, I'm going to do business over here. I better really pay attention. It never occurred to me that we think China needs us. We think we're very arrogant in this country that we think that things that we do actually impact China. But the reality is our market is very small to China. It's a fraction of what they actually produce. And the government over there, I personally feel like they're getting really damn close to literally shutting the country down again. And I mean shutting down the internet. They've already done that several times where nothing goes out.
Yeah.
Nothing. Yeah. Like people think, well, I can still get satellite email and no.
No.
Nothing. Like your VPN's not going to work. Nothing's going to get out of it.
And people have no real concept of that, right? Like they don't really talk to anybody that lives in those kinds of countries. Yeah. Like you talk to somebody that's in Iran or in China during like a shutdown, they'll tell you the VPN, it doesn't matter, how much tinfoil you put on that antenna, you are not getting a signal out. You know, like it doesn't happen.
No.
So
and China's doing it in this case what I see them doing is they're going into protection mode. Because their feeling is the entire rest of the world are being a bunch of dicks. And they don't want to have anything to do with it. They look around and they see all this corruption. They see, because that's the number one complaint in China every year. Yeah. Or not every 5 years, whatever, they take this thing. So they're looking around and seeing all of the, that if you actually shoot porn in China, they will kill you. If you sell drugs in China, they don't arrest you and you bond out and you go back out and sell some more drugs to cover your bond. They kill you. Like they're not playing around, dude. That's why they don't have
Yeah.
a bunch of stupid drug addicts in China, because in most areas,
Mm-hmm.
the what is this? Who? I don't know who this person is, but Malaysia, yeah, Indonesia, Malaysia, yeah. You can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, at the end of the day, man, they have a different set of values, which, to be honest, right now is more traditionally conservative than most of the U.S. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
and they are, and their government fears the pollution of Chinese citizens from our depravity. Isn't that fucked up?
Mm.
Is this not like the most fucked up thing, right? Like, it's an actual communist country that doesn't want their citizens to be fucked up by depravity, because we've become so immoral, so unconscionable, that they don't even want to tolerate it. Like, they don't even want to talk to us, right?
I don't know that I agree with the perspective. I think that they're closing themselves down because they realize that that's a very effective punitive measure, right? So they don't need Western money, but they do need Western technology, Western designs, patents, things like that, which is one of the ways they wage war against us. But when it comes to the society and like the morality issue, I don't think that it is based on a moral view.
No, it's not
I
more.
think that
It's
they see well, I think that they see Western culture and the corruption that you were talking about, and they see it as a disease
yeah.
that will undermine the conformity they value, and then the population control that offers, right? Because Asian cultures in general, they're very conformity minded, and through that conformity, there's control. Where in the West, we used to have kings and monarchs, and we had a degree of that.
Hmm.
They've always had much more of that, and they've always valued that. And as our kings fell and as our monarchs fell, and we became more individualistic, I think to our own detriment in a large capacity. They never did, especially not China. And so, what they really don't want to lose, those in power at least, is the control over their people they have. I think that's the base motivator. I think
Hmm.
that everything else is kind of secondary or tertiary to that.
I don't know that I don't necessarily agree with that from my observation.
Hmm.
Um, I so while the Chinese are not religious per se, a lot they are. I mean, there's a growing religion
Right.
there, um, and they do value things differently than we do. They actually do value the.
Hmm.
I don't know. I wouldn't say they value conformity. They value peace. They don't want a bunch of. They don't want they don't tolerate a bunch of stupidity, or
Hmm.
depravity, or whatever. And I believe that they are pretty moral, right? And so the one child policy has been more or less suspended for 10 years now, 10, 12 years.
Hmm. Yeah.
And actually, they have a problem right now in that, um, because of um, the culture there, where men were more valued than women, they don't actually have
Hmm.
enough young women,
Right.
for most men. So there's a lot of men who are involuntarily celibate because
Hmm.
there are no women for them.
Right.
And but you have to understand that their laws carry teeth, man. Like if and I'm going to give you an example, and I want to give you an example of how much different it is. So a few years ago, this again, probably about the same time period, 2007, 2008.
Okay.
My wife was working for a company, and they were using a contractor who was a Chinese-born guy. He'd gone to school in China, but he had immigrated to Texas, and he was a citizen of the U.S. But he also had, I believe, he also still had Chinese citizenship. But I'm not really sure that that's accurate. I could be wrong about that. But he had a lot of school friends there, and so he made a career out of going to China and arranging business deals for various companies, corporate stuff. Now, this is only important in that his family was here in the U.S. His wife, his children, they were in Texas,
right?
And he was a lot of time he was in China, like I don't know, a year or whatever. So he would make business deals between this company to sell something to this company, or he would, you would go to this guy and say, hey, I need a whatever, or I'm looking for whatever. And if he knew somebody in his peer group, he would be able to go to that person and say, hey, I need this. Who do you know that has it, or where can I get it, or whatever. And then specifically, this was the product my wife's company was. He was under contract to my wife's company, and the thing that they were interested in buying was a database of mineral deposits and surveys and things and estimations and things like that. That the Chinese government had performed at some point in time, and this is all like there's nothing secret here. There's no problem with having the database. It just, I don't know. We don't think of it anymore as like a big deal, but compiling a database is a lot of damn work, and they're valuable, right? Like they're really and accurate ones are even more valuable. So this guy got with one of his school friends. He got the database. He made the deal. He everything checked out. Done deal. Company buys the database, but the problem is that the guy had been kind of shady about it on his side. He had bought the database for the equivalent of $10,000 US from his friend. His friend kind of, he had access to it. It wasn't that he like sold state secrets or anything like that, but it was kind of an edge deal where it could have gone either way. That guy got nothing happened to that guy. The guy that bought the database for the company sold it to my wife's company for $80,000 and represented that it was a lot of work to get it, and it was really hard and all of this stuff and all that kind of. And he so he basically gets caught because he had hidden information on his computer. Why? I don't know. None of this is top secret. None of this is like, there's no reason to hide it. The government finds it, they get curious about it, they dig into it, they found out all this stuff, and then they take him to court because he cheated the employer here in the States, the under contract, right? He bought something for $10,000 and sold it for $80,000, representing that he had paid $80,000 for this database and kept 70 grand. He got 7 years in China prison. Chinese prison, 7 years, and a $10,000 fine. In the U.S., he wouldn't have even made it to court. He'd have pled that shit out for $150, $200, maybe $1,000 fine and been on his way. But in China, because business means something, if you tell somebody you're going to do something, you got to do it. Or you try and cheat somebody, they're going to fuck you up. And I hate to say it, but they're better at it than we are currently. We get played. They don't play. They play no games. Now, the other guy who didn't do anything wrong, he represented. He had the database. It was an edge deal, but he didn't actually break any laws, and he was fine, no problem. Going about your day, sir. The guy who cheated his company in Chinese eye, like the company didn't even feel cheated. They were like, okay, he made a few bucks on us, whatever. That has nothing to do with it. In the Chinese government's eyes, he lied to his employer, and that's bad. It's wrong. Can't do it.
Yeah.
So, and under Chinese law, he went to jail. 7 years, man.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do parole there.
Yeah. No,
they don't do parole, bro.
Yeah.
If it's 7 years, it's 7 fucking years, man.
It's 7 years. Yeah.
And so that was that always stuck with me. That example, every time somebody talks about it, I'm like, man, I hear what you're saying, and I understand the perception that we have, but I know this happened. It was in all the papers. It was in the papers,
right,
that this guy was going to jail for, because we thought it was a big deal. There were a lot of people going, "Well, this is wrong." I'm like, I don't know. I fucking cheated his company, man. So,
yeah.
And I mean, dude, they have mobile execution vans that go from town to town to kill drug dealers and pedophiles, and I mean, they don't mess around, man. And I was like, I don't know, I may have said this before, but I was in Shenzhen. My wife and I are walking around. It's like 10 o'clock at night, man, and we're in like Shenzhen's an industrial city. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's where a lot of factories and stuff are, and it's heavily industrial, and so you have a lot of factory workers. You have a lot of guys. You have a lot of men there. You have a lot of women too. The Chinese, any feminist ever wants to talk about feminist, let me tell you that. The Chinese see no difference. I mean, they do, but they don't.
Labor's labor, right.
If you can do it, if you can do the labor,
like it doesn't matter.
Right. If you can do the labor, you can do the labor. If you can't do the labor, they get somebody who can, and that's it. I mean, it's just that simple. They don't care. They don't even like, okay, so you're a girl and you can't do it. Fine, we'll get a guy to do it, but you're still going to go do another job. And so we're walking down, and it's not a lot of street lights. It's not like dark. It's not like I'm gonna die. It's not like I'm in fear of being mugged from behind or something. But it's not light either, right? It's pretty dim. And I see these girls walking around. This is actually part of what I wanted to say in the in the girls walking by themselves argument. I see all these girls walking around, dude, by themselves. A lot of them by themselves. Some of them with, because girls, don't go in America. They never go anywhere alone. But but in China, some there were like a couple here, maybe 3 there, but a lot of like singles just walking. A lot of young men out, a lot of them. And I'm watching this, and there are no cat calls, dude. There are no hey babies. There's no wolf whistles. There's no, hey, can I get that number? Damn, that ass is fat. Damn, son, look at that. None of that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm watching this for like half an hour, dude. We're walking we're going to a freaking flea market in like, it amounts to a mini storage that, they have all these stalls, which are basically like, we would like mini storage units to us, like 10 by 10 or 12 by 12, whatever they fucking were. I'm sure it was metric. I'm sure it was like 3 yard by 3 yard, or no, pardon me, 3 meter by 3 meter. I'm sure it's fucking. Of course,
metric.
Yeah. I'm sure it's fucking metric. But you get the idea. And they would have everything there, dude. They have like rugs and silverware, whatever. You could find a stall, whatever the fuck you wanted, man. I was looking for a toboggan hat. My ears were cold. I don't have a whole lot of hair because I cut my hair short. I have exposed ears. I was looking for a toboggan hat. It's cold. And my wife said, "Oh yeah, we'll go find one, no problem. We'll go down here, and it's right there." And I'm like, "Okay, sure." So we went down there, and I did in fact find a toboggan hat, shockingly.
Right. All right.
So we're walking into this like night market, which is weird anyway, because like nobody does that here because all your shit would get stolen.
No. Yeah.
And I'm walking
All shit's
along.
gonna stop. I don't know if it's that big of a difference at this point, but
You're
sure.
sensing something might. So picture Chicago,
Oh,
but it ain't
jeez.
Chicago. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like Chicago in the 50s, bro, when you could walk down
Yeah.
the street with your girlfriend on
Oh,
your
yeah.
arm and nobody would say anything. And so I turned to my
Yep.
wife and I'm like, I gotta ask, what is going on here? Like, are there like
Yeah.
armed guards everywhere? Is there like, and she's like, "Well, what do you mean?" I'm like, or there's all these smoking hot girls walking around alone by themselves at 10 o'clock at night. It's half-ass dark out here. What the fuck? You know, like, I'm not trying to put too fine a point on it, but damn, you know, and they look,
Yeah.
and literally nobody's talking to each other. I mean, like there is nobody stopping and accosting somebody. There's nobody driving by in a car saying, "Hey, you want to ride?" Nothing like that, dude. And she's like, so she looks at me and she says, "Oh no, you don't do that here. You know, you go to jail for that. You don't accost a
Yeah.
woman on the street. You don't bother people on the street here. Like that's wrong. Like that. First of all, it's rude. And second,
Mhm.
you know, if they feel threatened, they're going to call the police. The police come, they're going to jail. No
Mhm.
questions. Like not like here where you call the police and they show up and they talk for 30 minutes and they let the guy go.
Mhm.
No. They don't even talk, apparently. They just roll up. That's him, officer. Okay, get in the back or we'll put you there, one of the two, and then you go. And that's it.
Yeah.
And I was fucking shocked, dude. Like I always thought of, you know, so I had the typical Westerner viewpoint of on China of it being this like backwards ass communist, um, you know, I basically thought it was like Colombia back in the drug wars, man, like free for all,
Okay.
gangster, like Russian movies, gangsters everywhere. You
Right.
know, I had like this whole like mental picture of China being like hell on fucking earth, man. And I
Mhm.
get over there and I'm seeing that the people are more traditional than the people I am talking to here, right? Like families live together, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And let me tell you, and so I think one of the problems that we have in this country, and I'm going to end up, I don't know how long we've been on, but we're getting, I don't even know if anybody's still listening, because we've gone into the fucking weeds on a couple of things. But what does this guy say? You can see a lot of drunk people in clubs and in the streets. So I did actually go to a place where there were clubs and there were drunk people, but they literally like left the club and got into a vehicle driven by a sober person and they went home. So I mean they just don't fuck around, dude. Like they just don't fuck around. Like we fuck around a lot. So one of the interesting things that I saw there, it's been on about 3 hours. One of the interesting things I saw, and this has stuck with me, man. This has stuck with me for almost 15 years. So you know how we always talk about the poor here in America. This is like a big subject here, the poor. You know, everybody's fucking poor
Yeah.
now. And damn, just hit my fucking mic. So but poor here means that you only have 2 LCD TVs. You're down to 1 Escalade and a Tahoe, and I mean, you had to give up the Beamer because you know that shit got repoed, you know, and you know you're only getting 4,000 a month in WIC or whatever the fuck it is. I don't even know. You know? And your Obama phone, you know, you only got 2 of those. You got one for your main chick and one for your side chick, you know. So you know what?
And they're both the previous model year iPhones. You know, they're not the latest, greatest.
Yeah, they're like 2-year-old iPhones, man. I mean, you fucking embarrassed to pull that shit out. So I'm in China. My in-laws live in what can only be described as a fucking compound. Like they have a security guard, an actual army security guard at the front gate. Like you're not getting in that motherfucker. Like ain't nobody gonna come bother you in the middle of the night. You know, I don't know if the guy's got a submachine gun under the table or not. I didn't ask. You know, I'm just saying I felt fairly comfortable. You know,
yeah,
like I felt at ease because the fucking guard right up the fucking front. You're not driving in there unless they want you to drive in there. And so living in this apartment is really nice. I mean, fucking great apartment. It's a nice, super nice apartment. You know, so China has a traffic problem because, you know, for a long time they didn't have cars. Everybody rode bicycles or scooters or shit like that. Walked. And the idea that that normal individuals would have cars is still pretty new. I mean, it was then. It's probably not. I mean, it's had another 12 years, but they had a deal where if you had an odd number license plate, you could drive Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. If you had an even numbered plate, you could drive Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. And Saturday was alternate or some shit like that. And so what did everybody do? They went out and bought a car with the opposite plate of the one they already had.
Yeah.
And the plates go with the car. The plates are put onto the car with like headless bolt, like the security bolts where they break off and you drill them out. Yeah, you don't fucking change plates on the cars there. And the plate stays with the car its whole life as near as I can tell. And so you couldn't just buy another set of plates. So, you know, couldn't be that slick. But
no.
So
everybody out, right?
Yeah, but you know, my father-in-law, he's not a flashy man, so he only had the one car. And really a VW Bora, which is I don't think they sell them here, but it's kind of like a really, really fucking fancy what's the one above a Jetta? Phaeton, whatever the fuck it is. Really fancy VW, like an Audi. It's like an Audi. There's really fancy VW. And it was a really, really nice fucking car. So he would take that to his office, and then when we would want to get around, we would just cab everywhere. I mean, it's like super easy. Like so many taxi cabs, dude. Like you can't even imagine. So we would walk out to this front gate right past the security guard guy. And every fucking morning, you know, we'd go out and it always ends up being about the same time. You know, you finish your breakfast, you kick around for a little while, and then you go out to, you know, do some shit for the day.
Right.
So about the same time every day, we would go out to the front gate and we'd wait for a cab to come by and flag down a cab. And I noticed this dude on a bicycle. And I'm not talking like a bicycle like you're probably thinking of a bicycle. I'm talking about this thing is like a cruiser bike, but like from the 50s or 60s, I guess, because it didn't have the fuel tank shit on it, but it's just like an old cruiser style bike that has a platform built onto the back like a bagger Harley, basically, but it's a bicycle. And he has crates of fucking Coca-Cola products up over this dude's head and stacked down both sides. I mean, he had to have had like, man, if I had to guess, I'd say he probably had 200 pounds of fucking Coke products on there. So an interesting thing is they don't do, when I was there, the only way you could get soda was in a can. Or sometimes in a bottle, but usually in a can. Like, no soda fountain, none of that shit. No, you know, whatever, soda, which I thought was fucking weird. Gotta be honest. And so, and you understand that, like, because cars are still pretty new, a lot of what qualify as roads are really footpaths and sidewalks
Mm-hmm.
that are wide enough for a couple of people to bike by, and that's it. And so, and you have a lot of little shops and little restaurants and little, just little fucking eateries. Everybody has their favorite, and everybody has one. I think I probably have one. I just don't know it. And like I'm just saying, everybody has one, and so I'm watching this guy go by like every fucking day with all of this damn shit on. And of course, sometimes we didn't get a cab right away. We'd walk down to the newsstand or, walk over to the boba tea place or whatever. And I'm watching this dude, and this dude's old. I mean, he's like not Skeletor old, but he's but kind of Gollum old. You know what I'm saying? Like tight skin.
Okay. You can tell, yeah.
Yeah, like this dude's old. Like he's fit, right? Like you can tell this dude's worked his whole fucking life, and he ain't gonna, and he's not stopping anytime soon. You know what I'm saying? Like he's got Farmer Dan, like farmer, like the 100-pound farmer guy that can throw a 50-pound bale of hay into the fucking barn, like that guy. That's this guy.
Yeah.
Right. Like I don't know if you know any of those guys, but around here we've got these farmers that look like they weigh like 80 fucking pounds. They'll grab a 50-pound bale of hay and just chuck that thing 12 feet up into the fucking barn. You're like, holy fuck, I can't do that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn, that's
I've seen one or two of those guys. Yeah.
Farmer Dan strength right there. And but this guy had that, like he's like pedaling this bike every fucking day. I saw. I mean, and I finally asked my mother-in-law. I had my wife ask my mother-in-law, what's the fucking deal? Well, the thing is that the Coca-Cola warehouse can't deliver soda on a truck like we do in the States to all these little places. So this guy goes to the warehouse like 4, 5, 6 times a day, picks up orders and takes them to all these individual little shops on a fucking bicycle, dude. And he makes the equivalent of $80 US a month. A month. And he's fucking happy. I never saw that dude without a smile on his face. He was the happiest motherfucker I ever met. This guy's like just, he's just happy to be here, man. Like, and I'm like, what the hell? And I'm, so I'm like super curious about all this. They still have these like traditional houses, which are basically like long row houses that are kind of curved roof, and they've got like a couple of, it's just a weird kind of house, and it's probably on the internet. You can probably look it up, and I guess he lived in one of them, and down the street from where my parents-in-law lived. Happiest motherfucker I ever met in my life. I mean, this guy is like every day of his life, dude. From the moment he gets up until the time he decides to quit for the day, he's chucking crates of canned soda on the back of a bicycle and hand delivering that shit all over town.
Yeah.
And it made me really think about how fucked up we are as a society. And that dude's poor, right? Like, that motherfucker's poor. Yeah. Like, he probably doesn't have a TV at all. Like, at all.
He's never home long enough to watch one, right?
Like, he doesn't. Yeah, he never sits still long enough, and he doesn't. So I mean, he doesn't. You don't know what you don't know. He doesn't know what the fuck he's missing. I don't think he had a cell phone. I never saw him with a cell phone. It never looked like, he didn't have a big pink or blue or green or whatever cell phone case on the side of his belt.
Right.
He didn't, I mean,
he's rocking one of those like late 90s Nokia flip phones.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I never saw it, man. Yeah, possibly. I mean, that could be a real thing. It makes you, I mean, it's a shame that people in America have such a weird, fucked up view of the world, because there are really poor people out there. I mean, actual poor people. We don't have poor people in this country. A poor person to us is somebody that's living in their Kia, right? Like, that guy would have been happy to have a Kia. right? Like that would have fucking made his day. I mean, he wouldn't have anywhere to park it. He probably would have sold it, but he'd love to have it.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he was a very practical man. Like, I don't have anywhere to fucking park
Yeah.
this thing. This thing's got to go. And it's very interesting to travel to other countries and really look at them, not go to the touristy. So the interesting thing about me is, first of all, I don't like to do touristy shit. And second, when I was in China, I always did like normal person stuff. I did go to a couple of touristy places, but I've been to China 3 times, hadn't made it to the Great Wall yet. So let's see, what does Jess say? Have you seen the Cage Apartments in Hong Kong? I was in Hong Kong for like 2 hours. I never did. But I'll tell you something. Yeah, Cage Apartment, like 6x4. So in Japan, you can actually rent a apartment. And it's not an apartment; it's a sleeping cell that I shit you not is smaller than the average 2-man tent.
Yeah.
And that's where you fucking live. I mean, you don't live there. You sleep there. You might jack off there once in a while. You're certainly not going to get laid there. Okay.
No.
I'm just saying. Well, I mean, I couldn't. Maybe if you were like a really small, compact Japanese person, you could get
Well,
two of you
they've
in
got
there.
the origami sex, right?
Yeah,
Like you got to fold each other up kind of tight.
Yeah, if you only origami sex. Maybe if all you did was like slide in one on top of the other and have some friction go on, and that was it. Maybe you could do that then, but you're not going to have good adventure sex. You're going to have to check into a motel for that. But hey man, if all you need is a place to sleep, why the fuck not, right? I mean, we're dumb as fuck in this country. We are dumb as fuck. We have a bunch of people who can't afford to pay their fucking credit cards off every month, and they're going out and buying $500,000 fucking houses because some stupid ass bank. The bank is fucking smart as fuck. Some bank will loan it to them. We're dumb as fuck in this country. We have people that live so far beyond their means that they can't even see straight. And we act like we're so much better than every other country on the planet when these people don't owe anybody shit. And we do. We're dumb. I mean,
Well,
literally, we're dumb as
on that track. Let me ask you something.
yeah, man.
Is it that they choose not to owe anybody, or is it that there's nobody to owe?
Well,
So like, do they have credit, the same way that we do here, like the interest rates and all that, or like the payday loan shark stuff, right?
So,
because if they don't have the opportunity, then it's not really, like you can't boil it down to choice.
Really great question. So back in the day, back when I first started going over there, nobody had a credit card. Zero credit cards. If you bought something, you paid cash, or you could buy gift cards, and and often gift cards were given by employers to employees because it was easier than giving cash, and various government programs and various malls and stores, they would give deals on gift cards and all that kind of thing. So
right,
but nobody had a credit card. Pretty much the thinking in China, at least, was that you'd never wanted to owe anybody anything.
right.
It's a mentality difference. It's not that they couldn't. It's that you were raised from the time you could think that to be in debt is bad enough. To stay in debt is absolutely unforgivable. And for a long time, well, see, I was kind of raised that way too because I grew up poor. I didn't have credit, couldn't get credit. So
Mhm.
my initial mentality is I pay for cash every fucking thing. Everything's cash. Like,
Right.
like
Yeah.
in like I bought 2 houses in cash. I could have got mortgages, but mentally I couldn't do it. Like mentally I had to pay
Mhm.
cash because it's fucking
Right.
cash, right? And it's mine. And so yeah, partially is that you just can't get credit. Second is the culture is such that you don't want credit. Now that
Right.
is changing, um, and it is changing over there, and they have actually terms for it in China, which I'm not as familiar with, so I'm not gonna even go down that path. But here in every country except well now all right now I'm gonna say every country that the US typically thinks of as being beneath it in general has better financial models because they
Okay.
don't deal as heavily in credit, and in general they're very very cautious about spending what they earn, and they earn.
Mhm.
And the other thing is that they earn,
Right.
um, and I think here we have so many government programs that reward people to stay in debt, to constantly
Right.
be on a program and be poor. And in most of Asia that I've been to,
Mhm.
debt is to be avoided. Like parents would save their whole lives. Also, there's a sense of family there and continuity. Continuity. There's a sense of
Mhm.
continuity there
Yeah.
that we don't have here. We used to.
No.
The problem is that we used to be this way. We were not
Mhm.
different than what I'm talking about. Is like this is the way this is the way my family worked in the 50s.
Yeah.
We've lost sight of so much. And I'm not saying
Yeah,
they're
well, that's
100% right. I'm saying that when I
right.
look at it, I hear my grandmother talk to me about how they saved every fucking dime they could to buy a house. And when they
Mhm.
bought a house, they bought a shitty little house out that was, at that time, it was 5 miles outside of the city limits. Now, of course, it's in the city limits because the city expands, but
Right.
they bought that house, they own that house. I actually
Mhm.
own that house now, or the where the house stood, I own that now. And the and when they were able to, they bought another house in town when their health
Mhm.
they had kids and they needed, they were getting older and they needed to be in town, so they bought a house in town, but they saved forever to buy it. And
Mhm.
you can't you can't ever convince me that we're better off for the way that we treat money and credit in this country right now. And
Right.
um and that's another thing. Honestly, I think that that's another reason China will close off because our western methodology undermines everything that they hold dear. We're telling their
Okay.
kids to go get credit cards. We're telling their kids to spend all their time in the mall, in the stores, buying
Mhm.
shit,
Right.
consumerism. Where before it was all about saving, now it was not only just about saving, it was, you when your parents got married, that's when their social life really ended, right?
Yeah.
They then from that
Mhm.
moment, especially when they had a kid, from that moment on, every spare dime they made went into a fund for that kid, so that when that kid
Yeah.
got old enough, he could go to college. My grandparents did the same thing, although my mom did not go to college. The money was there, right? And then she needed it
Right.
because she got pregnant early and whatever. But
Mhm.
you know, But we used to be like that, dude. What happened?
Well, and this is what I was driving towards, right? So I don't know if China, does the Chinese government, they print their own money, or do they rent the money from a central bank like we do?
I have no idea, but I know that I think that they control currency, and they control and it's actually, it really pisses off the rest of the world because China will purposefully push their currency value down to where it's like 8 to 1 US dollars.
Right.
They do that on purpose to control the inflation, to keep things there affordable for their people and hurt us. When we see it as they're hurting us, they're seeing it as they're protecting their country, right? And we see it as, well, you're fucking us, and you know what? They are. I mean,
they are, yeah.
But if it were me, if it were you, would you not do the same thing? Right?
Oh, I advocate doing the same thing everywhere I talk about this. Yeah.
Right. Like
I'm a very nationalistic, protectionist-minded economist, right? So
and so you should
right there.
I think that globalism is bad for everybody because it brings down the there's a word for it, like the comfortability of living. You know what I'm talking about?
Quality of life. It brings down the national pride. It brings down the quality of life.
So in profitable Western countries or high technology Western countries like America or Germany, right? And we can't compete with Chinese wages. And so labor corporations naturally move to where there's cheaper labor because they can make higher profits. So I would do the same thing. A corporation, it can own subsidiaries outside the country. But if you want to sell your product in the country, it has to be made in the country. You can't make it over in China or Bangladesh or Rangoon, wherever, for 5 cents a piece, and then come over here and sell it for $100 or $1,000.
Right. And so
that's not going to happen.
And what'll happen is that if China does shut down, we're fucked.
Oh, we're fucked. Yeah.
Although the reality is, so here's the strange reality: we are still, to this day, I bet if you look on it if you look it up, we are still the largest manufacturer of goods in the world. We're the most industrialized country in the world. Yet, we make things here that no one wants to buy, no one can afford to buy.
Yeah.
And so our citizens buy stuff from other countries. And we have done that to ourselves. We cannot blame anybody. We cannot blame China. We cannot blame Europe. We cannot blame Germany. We can't blame South Africa. We did it. There used to be a Levi's jeans plant 30 miles from here in Centerville, Tennessee, that made Levi's jeans.
Yeah.
That plant is gone. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
right over here right over here, probably 2 miles from my house, there used to be an Emerson, I think. There was GE. It was a company that made consumer electronics, washing machines, dryers, radios.
Right.
And it was literally
General Electric?
Well, I mean, it's a division of General Electric. It was like GE Wester. So I don't know.
Oh, Westinghouse?
Westinghouse, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It used to be It used to be right. It was 2 miles from here. It's a huge plant. Samsonite luggage used to be made literally 3 miles from my house. We used to do, and that, you know what that factory is today? It's a fucking car lot, a used car lot.
Yeah.
And where the factory used to be.
There's it's the same over here. You know, like my grandfather, he used to assemble stamping presses. He used to work at Danley Machine. He worked at Clearing Machine. Before that, he spun wire at a Western Electric plant. You know, like all those places are gone now. They don't make stamping presses. They don't make machinery. It closed down their warehouses, right?
Even more recent than that, we used to have Oakley headquarters here in Southern California, like in Food Hill Ranch. Like a few years ago, I remember there was the factory was within the headquarters. Like you could see from like the main store through the windows, you could see like the workers sewing.
Yeah.
And it was actually like easy to get like a 1-day job there, like for a lot of locals, and that portion closed down.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, California's done that to themselves. I mean, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't help but that.
Oh, I don't think anybody there was working legally.
The small machinery shops that supported the big factories, the tool and die shops, you know, like all this stuff, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's hollowed out. And it's because it was too costly. You know, like the material's cheaper, the mining for the ore is cheaper, the labor's cheaper. They don't have to put up with the regulations, right? Safety regulations, OSHA regulations.
Like,
well, the really sad part is though
their purpose.
The really sad part is the really sad part is the jobs didn't move. The companies shut down because and it's not that the company and it's something I hear said a lot, which is just not accurate. When Westinghouse over here shut down, they did not move those jobs anywhere. Those jobs ceased to exist, and another brand in China, or India or Japan or wherever, that was sold here because it could be made cheaper by a Japanese company, not an American company shipping those jobs overseas. That is the biggest lie being told to the United States citizen today. It's been the biggest lie for 40 fucking years, and we keep telling it over and over again. Nobody's shipping your job.
Well, I mean,
what's happening is
the
that
effect.
Go ahead.
If the effect is the same, is it not a difference without a distinction, though?
It's a mentality. It's a mentality. It's very different than saying, I'm not buying a Motorola radio because I can buy a Baofeng for a third of the price.
Right.
If I do that, then I feel guilty, right? If I say, well, the guys that used to assemble that Motorola, they're over, those jobs went over to China. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. The company shut down because they chose not to compete. And oftentimes they chose not to compete because of bad decisions somewhere along the line. It has nothing to do with that the cost of producing it went up so high. It has everything to do with the amount of regulation, the amount of taxation, the amount of transportation has gone too high. And so we can't compete in certain arenas. And to be honest, for the last 10 years, I firmly believe that those are arenas that we should not compete in. The areas that we should compete in, which we are once again not excelling in like we should, Americans do a great job of making reasonable quality goods. I really dislike it when people say we make the best because, to be honest with you, some of the stuff we make is just trash. And
no, we don't. We really don't.
Well, I think it's the holdover from back when we used to make the best. It's like a sense of bravado, a false.
But we never did.
No, hold on. Yeah, so I'm gonna I'm going to really piss you off, and I'm sorry. But so I have a buddy of mine actually worked for General Motors for like 20 years. He was a power plant development engineer or something like that. I forget he did something with power plant development, testing or whatever. And I piss him off every single fucking time I talk about this. General Motors, Ford, Dodge, everybody, they all fucked themselves because they refused to change. They refused to acknowledge the reality of the changing environment until they caught themselves out and nobody would buy their cars and their sales dropped through the floor. Whereas Honda and Toyota, as much as I dislike both of those companies because they make shit cars, Honda and Toyota made a product that people wanted to buy. And GM, Ford, and Chrysler lost in the marketplace. All three of those companies would be out of business right now today if it wasn't for the interference of the American government. And that is just simple fact. And there was a time when we made really good cars. We've never made the best. Never. We make the best Chevrolet. Chevrolet makes, I think, the best truck.
Disavow. 1966. We did.
No, my Chevy truck is fucking. I'll put my Chevy truck against any Toyota. I will do a gas mileage test right now. My 2014 against any Toyota V8 truck you want to pick, brand new off the lot or 10 years old. Bring it on, bitch. That motherfucker will run out of gas before I even get half a tank. Those Toyota's a worst fucking truck on the planet. I have no idea why anybody buys those damn things.
Well, maybe we should.
I'm just saying that Ford. I'm just saying that Ford won in the '60s, and that was the last time that they actually made the best cars. But
I don't know that they did. I don't know that. I mean, they made good cars.
That was
the level of machining. I mean, making good stuff is good. Saying you made the best stuff is. And look, hey, I like national pride, but I also like honesty. And we do make the best in some things. We make the best weapons of war on the fucking planet. Nobody touches us. I don't care. You can stack anybody against anything the U.S. war machine puts out, and they are second place. Period. The Koreans get pretty close right now. Their technology is pretty damn good, but we're really good at blowing stuff up. I will put our aviation industry, with the exception of the latest Boeing bullshit, aviation-wise, we have consistently outclassed everybody on the planet. Which is where we've always needed to put our effort, is where we do the best. Like okay, so we lose a glass plant to, oh fuck, almost broke that damn glass. We lose the glass plant to Mexico. We shouldn't, but if we do, it's our own damn fault. It's a company's fault, right? Like I'm not going to blame Mexico because they have cheap labor, because I don't believe it's the labor that's the deciding factor.
Well, I do think it's multifaceted, but
it's really multifaceted, and we can get into like
it is, yeah.
But
the time period I was thinking of when I said the best is like I don't know, like maybe 1930s, mid 30s until.
Well, yeah, I mean, we had the best technology,
50, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were.
It's not even technology; it's that the workforce had a sense of pride. So there's a story from World War II.
We had a good sense of nationalism.
We had the best sewing factories. We had the best sewing factories in the world.
Yeah. So Rolls-Royce sent over a couple examples of a Merlin engine during World War II. And they looked at American companies. They're like, hey, we need these built, but we don't have the capacity here, right? We're under attack. We can't do it. And I forget who took the contract, but they took the contract and they sent over... Allison, okay. They sent over a couple examples of what they were able to do. And the guys at Rolls-Royce are like, holy fucking balls. How did you guys do it this good? Right? Like the tolerances were that tight. That's what I'm talking about.
So there's an interesting story about
everything we did, we excelled in.
Yeah, so there's an interesting story about that time period that I really like. And there's this guy, his name was, I can't remember his first fucking name. It doesn't matter. So what he did is he was a machinist. He's a fucking great machinist. And he, during World War II, he went to work as a junior machinist making something for the war effort that had to do with engines. I want to say it was like bending something in a press or something. I don't know. And he ended up producing more than anybody else had produced.
Mm-hmm.
And so he had these guys come around and they were constantly trying to slow him down, and he ended up turning them in, and they were actually German agents that were attempting to sabotage the production facility. And he really, he actually, came out ahead on that, and he never forgot it. And his sense of accuracy and precision in machining and excellence, it persisted, and he actually went very far, and he had his own machine shop for a long time that built airplane parts. He did a tremendous number of great things in his life. His name was Ross. Last name was Ross, and I don't remember his first name. If I think long enough, I could probably think of it. But Ross Senior, he was a fucking amazing guy. When he passed, his son took over the business, and his son drove it in the ground because he lacked that sense of pride. He just wanted to get product out the door. He just wanted to make shit happen, and he did not have the sense of accuracy and pride and all of the things that you're talking about. I agree with the fact. So here's the thing. I wouldn't say that we were the best. I would say that we had a sense of national pride in this country back in that time period, from the late 20s and even in the 20s, even during the Depression and through the Depression. We had a sense of national pride that was second to none in the world. I mean, most countries had a lot of national pride, but we as Americans, during that period of time, we had a great sense of national pride. But it was really after World War II, when we beat the world for the second time, back to back.
Yeah.
That our sense of national pride had never been higher. And that's when we all thought that, and we had done it based on the fact that we could produce, and you're right, we could produce massive amounts of war material and supplies, and it wasn't the prettiest stuff. It wasn't the best quality stuff, but it was good enough to win, right? And we took pride in that. We took pride in the fact that we didn't do we weren't under the bar, right? We were there. We're right there, and we took great national pride. And at that point, that was the best, right? Because we won. It doesn't matter that it really doesn't matter that the Junkers ME 262 or 26 was it the 260? Not the jet. The Stuka, the one that was so hard to kill.
Okay.
ME 109.
It's like the 190 or something.
ME 109.
Well, that was Messerschmitt.
Messerschmitt, thank you. Yeah, ME 109.
Yeah.
The ME 109 was it was a badass plane. I take nothing away from it, but we could make more Mustangs faster than they could replenish. And so we literally just beat them through excellence of manufacturing and efficiency and good enough. And that's what we needed.
I disagree with that premise. I mean, you'd have a point if you talked about armor, right? Like our tanks, they weren't the prettiest. Germans had by far the prettiest tanks.
Well,
like they were beautiful.
For damn sure. I mean, their tanks were fucking awesome.
Armor aside, like the armor aside, the aircraft were very beautiful, right? Like it wasn't just function.
Oh no!
And on top of that, I mean, what really slowed the Germans down was their focus on perfection and the top-down command system.
Right.
So the what's the other one? It's not Messerschmitt.
Junkers.
No, it was the
Messerschmitt.
Oh, damn it.
Stuka.
They used the Benz, the Rolls-Benz engines, the DOs.
My son probably knows. I'm drawing a blank. But you are right.
Focke-Wulf, that's the one.
Focke-Wulf, yeah.
So the Focke-Wulf, their company had the right idea. What they were doing was they were building the planes piecemeal. They'd spread out production, like this plant over here would build wings, that plant over there would build fuselages, right? And then they'd all get assembled somewhere else.
Yeah.
But by the time all that, well, yeah, but by the time all that came into practice, it was too late in the war to make a difference.
Yeah.
Right. And I think technologically, their offerings were better at countering the American or the Allied counterparts of the time than Messerschmitt was. But again, it's an issue of timing and structure. The American system didn't have that problem. The American government was like, hey, we need this, right? Make it. And the companies were like, all right, well, here's this and here's that and here's this other thing. And they literally threw, designs at the wall. And the government was like, oh, well, that looks good and this looks good. We'll take, some of those. Like the production capability, I don't know if that really factors in as much.
You kind of said it yourself. The Germans really focused on perfection and durability, and it needed to look good. We were good enough. I mean, we won the war on good enough. Like the first few Mustangs had horrible cooling problems. It took them a huge amount of time to fix it, but it didn't matter because they could put 20 of them up against 8 Focke-Wulfs. And you know what was going to happen? 8 Focke-Wulfs were not going home, right? Because we put up enough numbers and good enough planes. Now, obviously, my personal opinion is the Mustang's one of the best fighter planes ever made. And I think a lot of people would, it's definitely one of the best race planes ever made. It's a fast motherfucker, but but just in terms of, but that's where our sense of national pride came from, was we won. And that lasted about 15 years until 1960, 61, 62.
Yeah, I'd say about, late 50s, early 60s.
And our sense of national pride started diminishing, and it's diminished every damn year since. We gained a little bit back during Desert Shield, Gulf, was it not Gulf Storm? Desert Shield, Desert Storm, Operation Enduring Freedom, and so on. We gained a little bit back, right? Because we're finally going over there and we're finally beating these guys who were basically kicking our nuts in all throughout the 80s, right? I mean, Carter lost that helicopter full of troops, or was it troops or refugees? It doesn't matter. And it's just somewhere along the line, man. It's not that it's not that we lost this, and to be honest, we still do a lot of things the best. One of the reasons that we had such a huge problem during COVID is because we couldn't get silicon chips out of Silicon Valley, and they can't be made anywhere else the way they're made here because we don't release the technology. So, it's a complex issue. But for the man
Well,
on
it
the
is, yeah.
street,
I mean,
but for the man on the street, we've lost a step. We need to get it back. We need.
well, so would you agree that a lot of that step comes from politicians who don't have the will anymore? You know,
Yeah.
like we won both world wars, we won every war before that. And then Korea comes around, right? We lost Korea. And we lost Vietnam. We didn't really win Gulf War One. We definitely didn't win Gulf War Two. We got our ass handed to us in Afghanistan. And then we gave them a bunch of equipment. You know, I mean, at a certain point, and I think morals play a very large part in this, or moralizing, if you will, because people are like, oh well, you know, you can't do this in a war, you can't do that. It's like, look, war is war.
Oh, I
You're
had
gonna
that.
kill more of the other guy,
I had
or
that.
He's gonna kill more of you.
Right? You missed out. I had that discussion with Josie last night. I told her, I'm like, I don't really care what Israel does right now. It's a war zone. It's a fucking war zone. Well, they're shooting at aid vehicles. Well, the aid vehicle needs to get the fuck out of the way, or fucking hide, because what's going to happen is if I'm moving through that war zone and anything moves, I'm lighting that shit up because my life is in danger.
Yeah.
I am in a fucking war zone, and I don't care if it's, unfortunately, I cannot care if it's a civilian or enemy combatant. And honestly, when you can't tell the two apart, you take no chances.
Did you even look at the footage before you say that?
I haven't yet, but I don't care. I honestly don't care, Josie. I don't care. I don't care if they're
practically speaking, it doesn't even matter.
I don't care.
Like,
because
the bodies aren't even cold yet.
It's a war
even if it's
zone.
Humanitarian aid, right?
It's
they're aiding the enemy.
War zone.
You can't
this is
the
not
only war
the police in LA
is losing. You know,
this is not
like
the
you're either
police
going to win
in LA.
or you're going to lose.
Yeah, it's fucking not the police in LA driving up and mowing down a bunch of school kids that because one shooter's there. This is every single human body is someone that can shoot you in the fucking head. And if you don't, and the only people that aren't going to shoot you in the head are the 5 or 10 or 12 people stacked up behind you. And that's what these people are facing, Josie. That's the fucking problem with our country. That's exactly what he just identified. That is this bullshit that in a war zone, there are fucking rules. And there is not. There just aren't.
No, there's not.
The rule is
I don't even
if you were there, you were fucking dead. Okay? It's me or you, and it's always going to be you that loses. And that's it.
Yeah.
And
what does my opinion even have anything to do with the way that they're going to do things anyways?
Well, it's because that's exactly what he's talking about. That's exactly what
you guys are like talking over each other.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, so practically speaking, your opinion doesn't matter. And because of that, it's dangerous to us, because you have this moralistic view of what should happen, what ought to happen under the rules of war, presuming rules of war exist. And in reality, they don't. They never have. The powers have structured wars, but that was more for their own combat control. It had nothing to do with being gentlemanly or civil or anything like that. And so the idea that, oh, well, we can't kill civilians, or we shouldn't kill civilians, or we shouldn't shoot aid vehicles. I mean, look, if I'm operating a war and somebody's giving aid to my enemy, regardless of, it's civilian or military, it's hindering my war effort. It's hindering my progress. And if I want to win, and I don't care about the means that I do so, as nobody should, then the aid vehicles are fair game. Look, you're operating in a military zone. There's hostile activities going on. If I tell my tank commanders, you got to make sure that it's not an aid vehicle, you got to make sure it's civilians. Those 2 seconds are the difference between first shot on target and being the target of the first shot, right? And wars always come down to attrition. So
yeah, I've heard those from the Vietnam War. I know, I've heard those from the Vietnam War. Just go watch the footage and get back to me. Okay, go ahead, go watch the footage.
It's not gonna change my opinion. There's no footage that will change my opinion.
The footage from Vietnam and the stance is why we lost Vietnam.
She's talking about the Israelis killing the
dumbass.
people.
I don't care. I don't care about the Israelis. I don't care about the Palestinians. I don't care about the Viet Cong or the Vietnamese or whichever other side was fighting. I don't care about North Korea, South Korea. It doesn't matter, right? And all I care about is how it affects me and my country and my countrymen and my people.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about as well. Why the fuck are we funding this shit?
Because we're not controlled by our own countrymen. We're not controlled by our own country. We're no longer a nation. No Western country really is.
And you think that's okay?
No, I completely don't think that's okay. But we can't get into that topic here because of the TOS.
There's no TOS regarding that. You're allowed to have a debate on whether or not it should be funded by our taxpayer dollar or not. It's an opinion.
So the reason,
we're not monetized. You're fine.
All right. So in that case, we fund Israel because we're controlled by Jews. And Jews want Israel to exist because they're the persecuted people and they have to be in order to have what they want.
In Minecraft.
Well, I thought you said we could talk about this. Now we can't talk about this?
In Minecraft. Just safety net in Minecraft.
So at any rate, and that you see that all throughout the West. And that's why you have Middle Easterners being dropped in mainland Europe who won't assimilate, can't assimilate, doing horrible things to Europeans. You see the southern U.S. border open to anyone who can walk across. You got Syrians and Afghanis and all people you can't even comprehend how they're getting to Mexico in the first place, just strolling across the border. You had that one, I forget what nationality he was, but you had this one guy.
Syrian.
He's like, he was Syrian. You know who I'm talking about? You don't know me, but you will.
Yeah,
it's like
that's literally a terrorist. Literally.
Yeah, great border policy, right? I mean, the reason everything is happening in the world now is because we don't govern ourselves, and we haven't for a very long time. And this goes way back.
I have a different take on that. When you
before the 1900s,
when
even,
Trump was in power, it actually got better.
It got better from a populist stance, and it only did so because everyone was afraid that he would wield the military.
It wasn't the populist. It was not a populist opinion. It's not an opinion. It's literally a fact.
Be quiet and listen to what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not saying it was opinion.
Quiet for 2 hours.
I'm saying, well, that's a you problem. It got better from a populist perspective. He wasn't helping the nation of America. He was helping the country of America, and there's a big difference there. If you care to look up the definitions,
I'm gonna offer a little bit different opinion.
Okay,
which is fine. We can have a different opinion. We end up at the same goal.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't mind you being wrong. It's okay. It's fine.
But you're wrong. You're wrong.
I disagree that I'm wrong. I maintain that
you don't know shit about immigration or anything like that.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing about here's my stance on both the Israeli and the Ukrainian wars.
Mm-hmm.
We should not be involved. Period.
No, we shouldn't.
Now,
I agree.
If U.S. Israeli people want to take up collections or donate or whatever the fuck they want to do and send the money over, more power to them. If Ukrainians want to do the same thing in their communities and their churches and everything, more fucking power to them. However, as a general rule, none of our tax dollars should be going to other countries, period. Yeah. End of fucking list. No more, let me back away from the war aspect, but look at this. Do you know how many, we spent, and I just know this because I had a friend of mine that was in Haiti during the conflict.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
What the fuck was it called?
There's an earthquake?
No, they fucking killing people. It was a war. Haiti. How is it people don't know fucking history? No,
I was just talking like the recent stuff.
Oh, no, I'm talking about I had a friend of mine who was in the army and he was in Haiti. And so you know that the DR and Haiti, same fucking island. and they fucking hate each
Yeah.
other, which is fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've sent to fucking Haiti, not including the DR, something like $50 billion. The whole fucking island isn't worth $30 million.
No.
How the fuck are we spending $50 billion in aid for a place that's smaller than the island of Catalina? Actually, I think they're the same size. Doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
The point is that why? Why are we doing that? Well, because it gains political favor with certain people who give certain monies. And it's not their fucking money anyway, because it's tax dollars. $0 of our tax money should go to foreign wars, or any war, honestly. But if we decide to go to war, fine. Fucking A, let's do it. We'll kill all the motherfuckers. However, we should not be supporting Ukraine. We never should have supported Ukraine. Ukraine's a money grab. It's completely corrupt.
Thanks.
There's nothing legal about us being in Ukraine. We're not in, technically we're not in there. There's nothing legal about us sending our tax dollars to Ukraine. Zero, nothing. Absolutely wrong. And I honestly don't care if Putin turns all of Ukraine into glass. It wouldn't hurt my feelings. It might.
Apparently would hurt Hunter Biden's feelings, though.
It would. You know
what I mean?
Might interfere with my television reception, but it might not.
I wouldn't.
I don't give a fuck. Oh no, you don't know what
Hunter
you don't know
Biden
what
would just go
happens
do
to
more
satellites
crack.
when you set off thermonuclear devices. But
yeah, it gets pretty.
It might interrupt my internet for an hour or two, but we'll get over it. And as far as Israel goes, I understand Israel. I at least understand Israel. Israel is a bunch of people that have done everything they could to try and be peaceful, and they keep getting fucked with. And and as I told you last night, Josie, they're really fucking good at killing people. They're really good at it. Honestly, if I was an Arab in that region and somebody said, "Hey, we're going to go kill the Israelis," I'd be like, "Yeah, you guys go ahead. I'm going to get lunch," because those fuckers kill people, right? Like, done deal. That's what they do. They're good at it. They practice. They got their own martial art. I mean, those motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, so good that they shoot at their own people.
They didn't shoot at their own people, Josie. They shot at a bunch of people in an aid van who shouldn't have fucking been there. Stop that shit. I don't give a fuck.
No,
you know what happens if you drive into an active war zone and if you don't die from being fragged by a grenade or hit by a missile, then and all you do is get shot, you should count yourself really fucking lucky. Because moving things in war zones get fragged. That's what happens. Anything that moves, vehicles are great targets. Great. Love them because they blow up.
Squishy too.
And they're squishy. And they make great big fireballs. So, I don't care. I don't want to hear any more about it, Josie. You will never convince me. I don't care if it's in a war zone. War zone. This is not downtown Ventura where some people broke into something and they're running away and the cops shoot them and we cry about the cops shooting these bad men. No, and a civilian getting hit. We don't care. This is not what's happening. It's a war zone. Any human being is a threat. I don't care if they're marked up with red crosses everywhere. That doesn't buy you an ounce of goodwill. Not one. Because that's how people get killed in war zones. I told you last night that the U.S. has gotten really fucking good to the point that we're arrogant about it at identifying targets as hostile and not hostile. And we still lose people to that shit. And we don't talk about it. You don't hear about it in the press, about all the young men that die because their ROE said you have to identify that that's a hostile. You have to physically see a weapon before you get to frag that guy. If we were active, if we were truly weapons free, we would lose far less men. far less young men, and we would not lose wars. We lose wars because we don't want to win them. And we don't want to win them because our country is not threatened. We don't you have the ability to sit there in your chair. I'm assuming you're in a chair. You could be in a recliner, you could be on the couch. I don't know. But you sit there very comfortably under a veil of protection provided by time, distance, and space and vast fucking amounts of superior weaponry. And other people don't have that. Other people are out there in the dark with people trying to kill them. And we sit here, every fucking American sits here under a blanket of protection provided by others, by young men who die, so that we can say, oh, don't go kill that bad guy. He might be a good guy. You never know. You know, he might be gay and we can't shoot gays in the fucking head.
Are you really gonna fucking paint me as that?
No, you're the one that brought this shit, keeps bringing up this shit. I don't care if they had a
No, I didn't bring that shit up. You
I
did.
don't care if they had
we were changing topic. You brought it up
on their chest that said aid on it. I don't care. War zone.
You brought it back up. We were moving on. I mean,
I brought it back up, but no, I wasn't moving back on. I told you I wanted to talk about Israel, and I am. Israel's a very small country.
Don't paint me as some anti-woke, like anti-American,
bringing up
woke and military shit. Chill out and just say don't kill kids, for fuck's sake.
The kids shouldn't be there, and if they are there, they have to hunker down and don't fucking move.
Let me pose a philosophical question to Josie. So, on the surface, the premise of not killing kids sounds sound, right? You know that in Israel, every citizen has mandated service, right? Josie?
Yeah.
Okay.
They film TikToks.
Right. Okay. So, considering that at some point every Israeli citizen either will be, is, or has been part of the military, are Israeli kids a valid military target?
Are what?
Are Israeli children a valid military target?
No, what are you talking about?
Okay, so Israeli children.
Esoteric an argument, I think. I get it. I get where you're going.
I don't know. Well, you would, but
you're trying to convince a woman that killing kids is justified. There's something that is just emotional. There's something emotionally that you just can't cross that barrier, and I'm sorry, you're like wasting your time.
And that's
I'm not trying to.
I don't think that you could put it in my brain. It could make sense, but
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm trying to see how consistent your thinking is, right?
There is no consistency with the thinking when it comes to having a woman an instinct of like they're killing kids. You're not gonna make me go, oh yeah, okay, you're right. They killing those children was totally justified. Okay, never mind. I'm an idiot. No, it's no.
Right, but then you're not coming at it from a rational or a logical point of view. You're coming at it from an emotional, right?
Sure.
Right. Okay.
But
we can work with that. Okay, so
that goes into why women shouldn't have political power, is because
repeal the 19, whatever the fuck.
Even
repeal the 19, whatever the fuck.
Female-minded men, because they lack the inherent will required to win wars.
Yeah, sure.
So,
well, it's not to convince you; it's just to say.
Just to kind of finish out there, the reason that we don't win wars is because we are no longer directly threatened. Ever.
Well, from outside forces, sure.
Right. Since 1948, there's never been a sense that we were actually threatened. And so what that has done is that has bred an environment, nurtured, cultured, grown into adulthood, an environment of doesn't bother us. And we can sit on the sidelines and armchair quarterback the entire world. And no matter how, and we cry about young men that go to war and come back blown apart, or missing limbs with horrible psychological
like you're
damage.
kind of straw manning and moving the goalpost at the same time.
No, I'm talking about something totally different. I'm not straw manning anything. I'm telling you that this is why we don't win wars. We do not win wars because we are no longer directly threatened. We didn't win Vietnam because it wasn't in our backyard, and we didn't care about it. And we had an entire movement of young people back here in the United States that said, "I don't want to go to war, and you can't make me." And we had a bunch of people who did their best to be adults about it, and at the end of the day, we were not. We because of the press to some degree, and the way that the horrors of war could be shown, people didn't want to be a part of it. They had to see it. They had to see it in what's that color?
Technicolor.
Technicolor, yes. Yeah. They had to see it in Technicolor. And they had to read about it in the paper. And then Korea happened. Actually, Korea happened first in Vietnam. Korea happened, and we were kind of, we were in it. And then all of the war correspondents and all those guys, again, live in Technicolor. It wasn't a black and white newsreel. The sense of national pride dropped. And again, we didn't feel any threat. Why? And here's the question that happens. Why are we doing this? Why does this matter to us? Right?
Well, especially considering our action, yeah. I mean, we're going to stop the spread of communism, but we're buying products from communist China at the same time. It's like, it's counterproductive.
Yeah. So
for those two wars.
Yeah, and then and we were, basically. We basically, in this country, we live under a shroud of protection that is provided by young men, and it has given us a very false sense of security that nobody's going to come and beat you up in your bed or blow up your house or any of that. And to be honest with you, going back to what Spectre was saying about the people crossing our border right now, we are ripe in our apathy for very bad things to happen. Very bad. Now we will, because thankfully we are still a nation under arms, and private citizens have arms. I don't believe that you will see the same kind of wholesale slaughter that you see in, Azkrakistan.
But I'm not even convinced of that anymore. I think that the average person, regardless of how well armed or how well trained, they have this sense that killing is bad. And you even get this conflation within Christianity. In the commandments, it's not thou shalt not kill, it's thou shalt not murder.
Correct. Yes, that's exactly right.
And so I think that a lot of people think killing is far more personally traumatizing than
to talk about the Bible. I'm sorry.
And
just move on.
Lethal personal defense is far more personally traumatizing than it really is. I think the reason that we see such levels of trauma within the military is that they're no longer fighting for a cause that's theirs. They're fighting for a cause they're told is theirs. And on some deep fundamental level, they know that's a lie. And that's why they're traumatized. That's why I think you see a disparity between the regular grunts and spec ops or tier 1, because the tier 1, they're going out and they're looking for the fight. They want that fight. And the regular boots on the ground, they're waiting around until they get attacked. So there's a whole different mindset.
Yeah,
I think that's the same with Americans in general.
I've saved that.
The bulk of us are waiting for the attack, and we're not going out looking for that fight.
We'll have to save that for another evening, but because that's a fascinating subject, because I've done, I know some people, and we can talk. I can talk to that pretty well, and it's actually really fascinating. Some of the, I guess they're really theories. There's nothing concrete, but there's some of the theories based around it. It's really incredible. But and I like, and I agree with basically most of what you said. Here's the thing. In the U.S., right? Unlike Israel and other places, we haven't been a war zone since 1800s, right?
Yeah.
And the problem is that it's very possible that we could be. And again, we just referenced the terrorist coming over and saying you're going to know who I am.
Yeah.
And he's not joking about that. He's
no.
I mean, and he turned out to be legit. Like he's a bad guy. And if he's coming across, who else? And this is the problem that we have. This is a problem that I have right now. I don't want to spend any more money on Ukraine. I don't want to spend any money in Israel. I don't want to, now here's a problem that we have, though, is Israel, I believe, is a member of NATO. And so we are contractually obligated to support them up to a certain point. But I wouldn't go a dime more. I mean, it's just me. I'm just saying, look,
I think they should have just.
We made the deal.
Just giving them like their old weapons and just be like, here, go play.
I'm not sure I follow that, but we're not giving them weapons right now. We're giving them a bunch of money for what I don't really know, because they don't actually. I mean, Israel's pretty well armed, man.
I actually looked it up earlier today because I wasn't sure about that. So I looked it up, and there was money and weapons.
Really?
Yeah, I think we do supply munitions.
But
and there's an irony in that conflict.
Or are we just giving it to them?
We're just getting pretty much. We're donating our older weapons.
Oh, okay.
Well, don't we supply the munitions for their Iron Dome system?
And I thought you were talking about Ukraine.
No, well,
yeah.
There's an irony about that. A lot of the munitions that were sent to Ukraine for aid ended up in the fight against Israel.
Yes.
So, that was funny.
Yes. Yeah, Ukraine is the biggest conspiracy theory ever, and it's not a theory. But we arm a lot of countries because they pay us. Like Poland. Poland's a great customer. Poland is like the Texas of Europe right now. Those are lit. They are lit. That's I mean, they got some good shit, from us and the Koreans. I mean, and Poland's they're not discriminating, right? So they're buying missiles from hang on, he's talking on Discord. Well, how come I can't hear him if he's on Discord?
Who?
They said that Killer Giraffe guy is on Discord. I don't see him. Fuck that guy.
I don't know. There was a TA guy that popped in here a while ago, and he popped out like 5 minutes after. He hasn't been here for a long time.
Okay. I thought I missed something good. I don't want to miss something good. Yeah. So here's the thing, guys. You know, Poland buys weapons from everybody, and you know most they're buying rockets from Korea, they're buying radar systems from Japan, they're buying whatever from China. They're probably buying I don't know what they're buying from China. They're buying something from China. They're buying our old weapons that that we will sell. The U.S. has a really good policy about not selling the really cool new shit, and right, like what's really cool about the only good thing about the way the military is run right now, and it hasn't been fucked with yet, I'm sure it will be, is that we only give away shit that's like 3 generations old. And it's like better than the shit anybody else has. So like you got to imagine like if they're already like rip, like the antique crap that we gave Ukraine, which was like built in like those not ferrets, they're I can't think of the name. It's an armor Bushmaster. Like the Bushmaster armored vehicles that we gave Ukraine is literally like right after the Vietnam War. It's so outdated, we forgot we had them. And they're still kicking Russia's butt. Like they're taking out Russian tanks with a fucking Bushmaster. Like, you don't want to see what we got. Like, like this is where it gets. That's the only good thing that we really have going on. Is the that we don't sell anything that's awesome, right? Like we keep that shit for ourselves. Other than that, they don't care. But yeah, no, I don't think we should be giving Israel any money. I mean, I do. I mean, I think we should support them. They're NATO, right?
If they are NATO, then yeah, like we're contractually obligated. You got to honor your contracts.
We made a treaty. They're part of it. But not one dime more than that. My biggest problem is Ukraine is not a member of NATO. They've never paid into NATO, which actually neither is anybody else except us. So I don't know.
Well, and a lot of this got kicked off because of tensions over talks about including them in NATO. So,
well, I mean, that was the excuse, but look, Zelensky brought this on himself when he went to shut down. Is it Sevastopol? I always get the name of the port wrong. The one,
I think so. Yeah,
warm water. I mean, big air quotes. Warm water.
Yeah, Sevastopol. Yeah.
Sevastopol, and so so Trump got Putin to agree to stop invading Crimea as long as Ukraine did not move an inch towards Sevastopol, because that's Russia's only all-season port. What does Zelensky do 10 hours after Donald Trump leaves office? Fucking fires up the Jeeps and let's roll, baby. We're going to Sizzler, right? And he rolls right up, and Putin's over there going, "Do you think I'm a bitch?" Like, I meant that shit when I said if you moved an inch towards it, we're going to war. And he fucking did. Yeah. And that's why I don't get about half of this shit is like why, if you're Zelensky, why kick Putin in the nuts? He is a psycho. He will fucking do exactly what he says. He's gonna do it. Like if he says, "I'm gonna fuck you up," he's gonna fuck you up. Why? Yeah. That's literally like going over and kicking the biggest guy in prison in the nuts and then getting surprised when you wake up in traction, right? Like Like, what the fuck happened? Well, you kicked that guy in the nuts and he beat the living shit out of you. And
yeah.
Wait, what? Why did he do that? Well, you kicked him in the nuts. And I
Mm-hmm.
don't get it. And obviously part of the problem is he's not a legally installed ruler of his country. And
Mm-hmm.
now he's postponed the elections. Like all this shit that people accuse Putin of, Zelensky's actually fucking doing. Right?
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. We need to stop helping Ukraine, period. Like that crooked ass shit's got to stop. We really shouldn't help Israel any more than we absolutely have to. And I don't even care what they do there. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, they're battling savages, right? Like fucking animals, right? Like just fucking kill them and let's move on. I'm surprised I didn't get a TOS there, but whatever. Get a yell. And just move on. And at the end of the day, we're never going to win another war until the United States people come to terms with the idea that war could happen on our soil. The big problem is I think we're closer to it than we have been since 1888.
No, I think it's inevitable. I think it's just a matter of time now.
I think it's a matter of months.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I think it's a matter of months. I hate to be that guy because I'm usually not a conspiracy theorist, and I kind of laugh at those
They also said the
guys.
same shit in 2021. Just saying.
The difference in the difference.
What was in 2021?
Ukraine. If Russia invade Ukraine, it's going to be World War III.
Nobody. I didn't say that.
We're talking about civil war.
We're talking about. Well, I'm not even talking about civil war.
There.
I'm not even talking about civil war. I'm talking about we have something like 8 million unaccounted for, undocumented military age males in country that we don't know where they are. Apparently, we don't care where they are. Honestly, apparently, I mean, I care, and I think that's very suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a problem with it. I think there's a problem with
doing that.
Sorry,
it's it's the. Go ahead.
No, I didn't hear her.
I don't even understand why they're doing that.
Well, it's Fall of Rome type stuff. It's Rome all over again.
It's what they do, right? Like the way that the typical Arab war happens is not a frontal assault. It is not.
No.
It's not bombs in the middle of the night from airplanes. It's from a bunch of jackwagons standing up inside a crowded plaza unloading.
Mm-hmm. Or popping off vests.
Yeah. Right. And and as we've documented, we got a lot of those fuckers in country right now. And you know where they are? The ones we know about: New York, Chicago, and other large metropolitan areas.
Yep.
And this is a problem. This is a real problem. And if you don't see what the problem is, I don't know how I can help you in life because it's so apparently obvious. What we need is rooftop Koreans and Texans in helicopters. What we need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I love rooftop Koreans. They're my favorite.
Yeah, those videos are pretty good. I think a lot of the problem comes from by the time we know what's going on, for a lot of infrastructure, at least, it's going to be too late. Like you drive through the suburbs or whatever, the substations, clearly marked, not guarded, not really. You know, like subterranean gas lines, clearly marked, not guarded. Water pumping stations, you know, like national security ends at the Coast Guard, I think. TSA is a joke. Like they're always failing FBI checks or FBI tests. Like it's the facade of security. There's no real security.
Yeah.
And now they're banning militia training because, you know, God forbid you have a well-trained militia. Like,
I mean, they're trying, but it's not gonna. It has no effect on anybody I know. I mean,
yeah, I mean, the people that are smart and are practicing OPSEC, they're not organizing in big groups anyway. But
they're not. I mean, well, I mean, the law hasn't gone into effect. I mean, it's more news than anything than it has teeth. But you know, it's a very trying time because on the one hand, I'm very concerned for, you know, my fellow citizens. On the other hand, the places where all this is going to happen are places that, in my opinion, fucking deserve it. So,
yeah, but the ripple out, it's always far more sweeping than we want to think it's going to be.
Oh no, it will be. Yeah, but again, I'm torn. I am torn. You know, I think the mayor of New York, you know, even the mayor of New York now is like, hey, we've got a serious problem, right? And you know, not the assistant mayor or what, assistant governor, somebody in New York is
the deputy
mayor. Thank you. Yes, they have an announcement just a few days ago about how that they were establishing the anti-crime teams to deal with all of the heightened crime from groups, and I think they're specifically from South America. Like, wasn't it like Venezuelan? Was it or somewhere like that?
Maybe.
Yeah. So, yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to tell you that, you know, if there's you know, if we're just in a really bad spot right now, nationally.
Yeah.
This is why I like watching the Whatever podcast.
Because they don't talk about this stuff. Less stressful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
there's
the philosophical question of how much stress is necessary. I think that a lot of the problems we're facing in America and the West in general is because we have lived such a sheltered life for so long.
Absolutely.
You know, like we don't face the threat of not waking up tomorrow. And without that, there's a lot that we think, you know, doesn't matter because we don't see how it affects us. It really irritates me how many times people tell me,
but it's so fucking nihilistic. Like, how can you live like that?
Well, the outlook might be what's the word?
I mean, if that's how you feel every time you wake up, like, I feel fucking sorry for you.
Well, there's different ways that you can approach that.
No, like, there is none.
All it is literally,
is a realization. There's none. It's so fucking nihilistic. Like, get some help.
Well, that's nihilistic. The idea that realization or knowledge itself is worthless. And it's not.
That you wake up and the first thing that crosses your mind is like all the shit wrong with everything that's around you.
But because I can see what's wrong around me, I can prepare
and
to
there's
address
nothing you
it.
can do about it besides voting.
Oh,
well,
it's like ridiculous.
That's pretty nihilistic.
No,
that's because you have nobody to fuck when you wake up. That's why you think about that.
Well, I mean, that's even worse than nihilistic. That's part of the problem. I mean, if fucking means that I don't recognize what's wrong, and then even worse, I do nothing about it, then
you're coping because you don't have nobody to fuck next to you when you wake up.
Why do I want to fuck? Right? Like
because
that means
most guys do. That's biologically explained.
But if there's no tomorrow, what's the point of today?
That's exactly what I mean. Get some fucking help.
No, but I'm asking you, like, this is your perspective, right?
I don't know. Do I look like I want to go into the whole fucking meaning of life shit and go for like a fucking existential crisis? No. And if that's where you're going, I'm going to be out. Good night.
Well, see ya. Like, I don't know what you want from me. You know, like, if the point of fucking is to produce children, and the point of producing children is to carry on your people or your species, but by doing so, you're basically ensuring that there is no future for your people or species, then what's the point of continuing the species? Right? Like, either way it ends, it's better it end with me in a bang than my children in a whimper. And that's my philosophy. And because I can see what's wrong, at least to an extent from my limited and biased view, I can take steps for myself and my family and for my community to help ensure that we do make it through whatever might be coming. You know, like, it's not nihilistic. It's grim and it's dark. I'll give you that, but it's not nihilistic.
So I don't necessarily disagree. I don't wake up every day and think the world's going to end, but
no,
I'm smart enough and I live in reality where I can look around and I can acknowledge and make myself aware that there's some fucked up shit out there, and I need to make sure as best I can that I can take care of it. Now, that's no different than me changing the oil in my truck or, you know, whatever. I mean, it, you know, pay my bills on time. You know, it's all part of it.
Yep.
And one is no more nihilistic than anything else. I mean, I don't see it as being nihilistic. I mean, now if you wake up every single morning and you're like, "Damn, the world sucks." Okay, I could get. If you wake up every morning and go, "Man, good morning," and then you have your coffee and you're sitting there thinking about the coffee and you're watching the news, and the first thing that pops up is another, 1,000 or 3,000 undocumented humans across the border. Maybe that's something that occurs to you that, hey, it's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I watch them Bongino in the morning. Like,
maybe when you look at, what's going on in the city of New York, where people are stealing, where they're actually like dragging women through the street to steal their purses to get their cell phones, right? Like these kids on scooters are driving by, grabbing women's purses, which in New York, I don't know if you're aware, but it's very popular to wear them cross body so people can't just snatch them and run. But when they run by on these scooters and they grab the purse and hopefully the strap breaks. If not, they just drag the woman until the strap breaks. And then they take the cell phone, they crack it, they download all your banking information, empty out your accounts as best they can, wipe the phone, and then they send it to Venezuela. That's like that's a real thing happening right now. They had the chief of detectives talking about it just a few days ago. So these are not bullshit stories that are made up, like, people put out that, put out bullshit as facts. This is shit that's happening daily. And to deny
don't move to New York.
Don't go to New York. But to deny it, to say that
I'm not denying it. I'm just saying, okay, what can you do about it? And like, how much do I have to worry about it? Like, it's not where I live. Old Republican. What the fuck else are you supposed to do?
So there comes
pay attention when you walk out the door. Don't go places at night. Stay home. It's not a question of what do I do about it. Well, if you don't know what to do about it, I don't know what to tell you. What I do about it is I look around and I told my wife, hey, don't go deep into Manhattan because Manhattan's always been safe, but it's not anymore.
Yeah,
so
your wife
don't do that.
That's right.
When I look at Chicago, what's happening in Chicago, where they're emptying schools to put these undocumented folks in, when I look at that, I'm thinking that's bad. Now, will it affect me? Probably not, because whatever bad action they decide to take is far enough
but in New
away
York
from
it
me.
might.
Well, it could, but unlike, I mean, I'm taking precautions, but in Chicago,
I mean, it's not
whatever bad
there
action
because she flies there.
whatever bad action they take in New York or Chicago will end up affecting me, because, and it will affect you too, because if let me tell you something. They have a school full of undocumented people who are probably bad actors, because we've not vetted any of these people. There's a lot of really scary shit going on right now. One of the scariest things that's going on right now is that these jackasses can fly without producing paperwork. They have their own boarding lanes where you and I have to provide passports or drivers. We have to have a real ID and all that shit.
Yeah.
So and our baggage goes through the security checkpoint. These undocumented
You want to hear a
guys,
good one? You want to hear a good one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so before, because I was like technically like out of status technically, so I qualified as
undocumented
alien sort of. I was part of that crowd, and like I was pretty much like hanging out with people who only spoke Spanish and day labor and stuff like that. So I was part of that demographic, let's say. And some of my information are still attached to that. And I received letter in the mail that are attached to, it was attached to those how do you say that, biometrics, is that the word?
Yeah
And it was they were offering me like a unlimited phone plan and a free smartphone, and how to get my free smartphone and my free unlimited plan, full thing, as long as I remain undocumented and like, all that.
Well, that's the least of the problems I'm talking about, because what'll happen is,
but it's just because it's a personal anecdote that actually happened to me, and I was like, and some people around here pay like $80 a month for an unlimited plan, and you would just give it to me for free and give me the cell phone for free.
Yeah.
Just because I'm like, I don't have a status here. Like, this is ridiculous.
But think about this, Josie. All these undocumented military age males that are in these schoolhouses that used to be teaching our children. What happens if, just say, for example, they decide to become bad actors and they go out and they start, as he said, destroying substations, disrupting the power grid. They buy.
I mean, are we arguing about something? Because like, I don't disagree with that. Like,
no, I don't. It's not a question to disagreeing. What your point? What you said earlier is why does this affect you? What's going to happen is when they start renting U-Haul trucks and driving over people again, or crashing them into shopping malls or anything like that. What's going to happen is that there'll be a lockdown, and we've already seen the test of that during the late plan thing.
And again,
we
what
can't
can
talk
I do about it?
That we can't talk about, but we've already seen we've already seen it can happen. When that goes into effect,
what's your solution?
My solution? Well,
what can I do? Like, I wake up and I'm like, okay, there's this problem going on.
You can't do anything.
What can I do?
You honestly can't do anything. You're in.
There you go. So why would I sleep over it?
You can't do anything because you're in California, and that is the unfortunately, unless you break laws, which I do not encourage, you can't do anything.
Nobody out there break laws.
Do not break laws. However, I can do a lot. I have a lot of stuff. I am well prepared.
I can own guns.
And I've actually put enough thought into this that I have enough well preparedness to help my neighbors prepare. So that's what I can do.
No,
unfortunately, I can't do anything. I can't help you. I can fly an airplane. If it really came down to it, Josie, if it really came down to it, and my home was threatened to the point where I felt I needed to evac to somewhere very far away, I can fly an airplane, and I can get the flock out of here, guaranteed, 100%. I have been preparing for this for a long time because I hope nothing happens. However,
how far can you actually go?
I hope that literally nothing happens. However, I have no faith in the current situation to protect me and my family. None. Zero.
Mm-hmm.
And so, unfortunately, you can't do anything. I agree with you. You can't do anything. Asking me what I can do is an exercise in futility because I can do a lot. And I have friends that can do a lot. I know most of the cops in my area that patrol. So I know those guys. I know some, I'm in a pretty good place for myself. I'm not saying that everybody's me. I'm not saying that everybody should be me. I did this not because I'm a psycho, but because I'd rather be prepared and never have to do anything more than wake up in the morning and go to sleep at night. But I want to be prepared so that if it comes down to it, I can wake up in the morning and go to sleep at night.
Mm-hmm.
That's just where it's at. Because we've allowed a bunch of people who hate us to live among us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the truth of it. Now, again, I can't tell you what to do. I can't tell you how to be, and I don't know. I can't tell Spectre how to be prepared or what he should do or what he should worry about. I'm telling you that if you are not watching the news daily and seeing what's going on, and you are not coming to the conclusion that we have been sold down the river, that our politicians are not helping us, that we have allowed our struggles between ourselves to elect the wrong people over and over and over and over again, and to the point where it no longer matters which politician you pick. It's just a matter of the least worst.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even pick politicians properly anymore. We used to pick politicians from industry leaders, people who had succeeded in life, who didn't want to go into politics, but they were literally basically dragged into it.
Mm-hmm.
Military leaders, people that understood what the reality is. Now we choose social media fucking influencers. We choose a barmaid from New York as a fucking senator.
Because she ran as a Democrat in her own district. Even Nancy Pelosi said you would have a glass of water run, and as a Democrat in that district, the glass of water would get elected.
Right. Agreed. Again, we have done that. The American people, which you're not one, but if you were, you would have done that. I can't do anything about it. Okay? I can vote, and I do. I vote the best choice that I possibly can get. I want term limits. I would love term limits. We should have had term limits 30 years ago. We wouldn't be in the situation we're in today. We need proper vetting of political candidates. Never get it. And I understand where Spectre is going, where he thinks it'll be an internal strife, hearkening back a few decades. We did that once before.
This is giving me way too much anxiety, guys. I'm gonna have to go. Sorry.
All right.
No worries. Actually, I'm gonna go too. in just a minute. I didn't. Yeah, man, she like really.
I'm gonna stick
she like jacked right out. She's just gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I understand the perspective that she comes from, but it's like knowledge and action, they're not the same, or knowledge and outlook aren't the same, you know. And I think it is easy to fall into a nihilistic worldview.
Yeah.
Because doing something requires subjecting yourself willingly to hardship. But the reality is that hardship is coming either way. It always is. And it's better to subject yourself to it willingly beforehand than to be caught unprepared later.
Sure.
And that's always been my perspective.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah. I mean, and I'm being a little bit glib. But I mean, the news is the news. You can't get away from
it. No.
You know, it's it is what it is. I wish it wasn't, but it is. And yeah, I mean, you know, and again, it's kind of, you know, it's good that it's late and nobody's actually, you know, there's very few people actually here. I would have rather talked about a bunch of other cool stuff, but I don't know why she keeps bringing up the Israelis shooting that humanitarian aid deal. I keep telling her, I don't care what the footage looks like. It's just gonna be. It's a war zone. My answer is always going to be, it's a war zone, and that's what happens in a war zone.
Well, she said it very succinctly. She's a woman, and you know, you're not.
Yeah,
she's looking at it from the female perspective. You know, so I mean, that was the premise of the whole. What tonight was supposed to be all about, right? The difference between men and women, how we conduct ourselves, and that's, you know, that's where it comes down to. And from a very practical standpoint, that's why there's such a push to get women out of public life, out of politics, out of policy in general. And I think that we should go even further and get female-minded men out of those arenas too.
Yeah,
because there's no place for them. You know, it's ruinous.
I mean, that's a little more extreme than me, because I mean, I think that there are women that get it. The problem is that, I mean, here's really the problem I see.
Mm-hmm.
We keep voting for people who say that they're going to do the right thing and that they believe in America and they believe in a secure border and they believe in this and they believe in that. Only one guy has actually stood up and acted like he believes that in the last like 10 years. Like even Crenshaw. So here's the thing. I thought Crenshaw was going to be awesome. Crenshaw turned out to be a disappointment. I thought Trump was going to be mediocre at best. I thought he would look good on TV and say some cool shit, and that would be it. And he turned out to be a fucking rock star compared to anybody else. Like, he really didn't do that much, but he did more than anybody fucking else in the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Like, literally, like, you have to go back to fucking Reagan, man, to get anybody that did anything close to what Trump did. And I thought Trump was going to be the joke. I thought Crenshaw was going to be the guy. I thought Crenshaw, dude, fucking SEAL, lost an eye from fucking Texas, hits all the buttons. Fuck happened, dude?
Yeah.
He's a pussy. I mean, he's a pussy. Now, you know what? He's a bad motherfucker. I give him that. You know what? He could kill me in like that quick. But he's a pussy. Like, he has no teeth. He doesn't want to offend anybody. Right now, all he cares about is getting elected or reelected and moving here and there. And so, you know, he's turned into the exact political animal that he promised all of Texas that he would not do.
Yeah, exactly.
And most of Texas is pretty pissed about it. And you look, I mean, dude, it's just, and it plays over and over again. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. I mean, I think that you are. I think you're a little bit more fatalistic than I am. But there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I mean, I can't argue. I mean, I can argue with you, but I think that your viewpoint's a little skewed. But hey, that's just personal experience and observations. It's not anything like that. I mean, I think for the most part, most of the stuff I agree with you about, except I don't believe that it'll be a civil conflict. I honestly believe it's going to be internal invasion. I mean, it's going to be an invasion from the inside. And we're going to be and here's the thing is, I honestly believe that I honestly believe that it can only go two ways in my mind. It can, I mean, I'm sure there's a third and fourth way. It can only go two ways in my mind, and one is that we get locked down, and a lot of people violate that, especially in small towns, because they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
And it'll be fine. Or it's going to get real bad, and some people are going to get severe wake up calls to reality. And it's I mean, it's interesting stuff, man. It's very interesting stuff. It's very it's heavy, man. It's very heavy. I didn't actually mean to get into this, but she keeps bringing up that the Israeli troops shooting that that truck, and she's never said that it was because she was a woman. She's just like, you can't say that that's right, and I'm like, I can. It's a war zone. I don't. I mean, it's exactly right for them to do what they did, because if I were there, thank God I'm not, but if I were there, anything that moves, man, like there's a reason. I mean, there's a reason for all that stuff, man. And it just is what it is. And I can't, and I mean, I know people that, I mean, I've known people my whole life that have been in conflict in various places and represented the United States of America. I'm sure most of us have, right? But I mean, I've like, I've been, these not only been my friends and my, it wasn't a matter of just fellowship, man. Like, these were people I was tight with. And the stuff they talk about, the things they went through, and that's, I get really worked up, man, when we start talking about especially when we start talking about the sense of security America has at the hands of young men that are not necessarily appreciated, that are not valued anywhere near enough. People think it's enough to just say, a guy says, well, I was in the Army. Well, thank you for your service. Honestly, it doesn't mean shit. Well,
a lot of those guys, they don't want it anyway.
Yeah, they
don't. My one buddy, he's ex-Navy. He's like, I hate when people tell me that.
Right. Yeah, most of the guys I know, they're like, they don't want to be reminded of it, really.
Yeah.
And you were talking about the grunt thing. We're gonna have to talk about that one night. I'm gonna have to go in a minute, but we're gonna have to get into that, because there's a lot of psychology there that the grunt versus and one of the reasons why we went to more of a spec op troops kind of offensive rather than a main battle force defensive and positional work. The reason we went to that is psychologically it's just better on both sides. And I just can't get into it tonight, because I really want to. I can't.
No. We've already been on too long.
Yeah, it's been a long fucking night. But we're kind of circling around the drain here. But I just don't get it, and I think she just really doesn't like Israelis for some reason. I remember something she said in chat once about how when she was in Canada, she had a lot of Muslim friends or something, which, hey, look, the religion portion of it, I don't care about. I only care about who was the aggressor initially, and that's it. I don't, beyond that, I don't care. If somebody attacks somebody else, I'm generally going to be on the side of the people who got attacked. It's just the way it is. So, right, wrong, or indifferent. That's the way it is for me. All right. Well, I'm gonna jump off, man. I've got to go in. I'm sure my wife is gonna be super mad at me. She's well. I mean, she might have work to do, so it'll be she'll be happy with that. And fortunately, I don't have to get up early to do anything. But it's been a really good set, a much better session than I thought it was going to be. I'm not really sure what was the deal with Josie wanting to do it this way. It did not work very well. My opinion. I think
I was waiting for you to hop in or grab me. I was like, when's this starting? It's already 15 after. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, well, I didn't know. So my assumption was that you weren't gonna be, that it was just gonna be me monologuing tonight. Like I didn't expect any of because Josie told me that her boyfriend was going to be home and she didn't think she was going to have a lot of time to be on. And I was like, okay, cool. You go do you. That's totally cool, man. I don't want you to feel pressured at all. This is all like voluntary stuff. Like nobody's making any money here. So, don't feel like, don't feel like, you have to do something. If it's going to cost you pain, right? Like, don't do that.
Yeah.
And the next thing I know, she set up the thing in Discord, and I thought, well, okay, she's going to have those leftists debate you in Discord, and I would just do my show, and that would be great. It's fine. I was like, at the same time, but whatever. And then she's like, what's going on? And I'm like, she's like, I told you this was going to be the deal, and I'm like, I kind of remember that, but the communication fell apart somewhere because I launch at 8. I'm not Brian. Like 8:05.
Yeah.
We're on it. I hit the button at 8:05 and we're there. So we're not waiting 15 or 20 minutes to and I'm kind of picking on Brian a little bit because he's constantly late. But but a lot of podcasts are late. I make a point that unless there's something I can't help, we're on. And so if I and I'm actually gonna start streaming through Streamlabs because I pay for it and I think it's going to be better. And I don't really want to. I get why Josie wants to do it through Discord because I think that it's easier for her to stream to her social media sites. It's less easy for her to stream my stuff through her. I don't know, and I don't know how that's going to work out. But we'll just have to talk about it. Jess, good to see you back. I don't know if you heard the whole show. It got kind of deep and dark there for a minute. Shockingly, the original
deep and dark.
The original name that I had for this episode was "We're Going Dark," because I expected the girls to be on here and take us into that whole dark realm of how men prey on women, whether we actually do or not. And so I don't know, Jess, if you're still listening, let me know if you've been here and what you've thought about the chat discussion, whatever fuck we're going to call this tonight. And we'll get to that. Somebody just beeped me. Oh, it's AC. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't I don't know, man. like I said, I didn't really intend to head this direction, but it is what it is. I just, I don't want to hear anything more about the Israeli conflict and what I don't want to hear any on my stream. I don't want to hear any unless it's like you support the Israelis. I don't want to hear it. I do support them because they were attacked. I don't want to support them financially. Okay. I don't want to pay. I don't want to give me money. I'm really sick of my tax dollars not going to, shit I'm interested in. But I'm pretty okay with people saying, "Yeah, I support. I support the Israelis." And honestly, I don't think people understand what a dire situation those fuckers are in. There aren't a whole lot of them left. They're all in one place, more or less. I mean, there's some here, but it's not like I was telling Josie the other night. It's not like they're back in the day when there were 10,000 Jews in Iran, and it was Iran, Iraq, Kurdistan, whatever,
like Syria.
Yeah, there were like 10 million of them spread out. Now, all those Jews are dead. They're all gone. And it's sad. And that's what they're dealing with. Mentally, that's what they're dealing with. They are dealing with an extinction level event. And it's real. That's real shit. And people are talking about them doing an ethnic cleansing, but all they're doing is trying to exist, and they're on their last legs. So, all right, man, I'm going to call it. 5 hours is long enough. For the people who stayed, looks like there are 4 people still watching. Hey, man, great to have you guys hang out this long. We lost Flan. We lost Josie. Josie got stressed out. I'm going to have to apologize to her. If somebody sees her, tell her I said I'm sorry. I see her online. Otherwise, you guys have a great rest of your night. I'm going to go get something to drink because my throat's about to die. Spectre, good to have you back on, man. It worked out pretty good.
Man, thanks for having me.
Randy's still here. If I stress you guys out, I don't normally talk about this kind of stuff, so we'll get back. And really, I didn't intend to kind of go here. It just keeps getting brought up, and I'm really serious about this. I don't want to hear about it anymore because I think my feelings have been made pretty clear, and I think Spectre's made himself clear, and everybody's clear. So now that we're all clear and we know where we're at, we don't need to hash it back out. So next time, hopefully, we have more than 4 people. 5. I think I saw 5 total at one time, and hopefully, we can get some guests on. I don't know what's going on. It's I no longer doubt Brian because I did everything I could to have a couple of guests on, and just didn't happen. All right, guys, have a good night. Enjoy life. Be better every day. Later.